Ajmo, evo ga, ok. Yes, 1, 2, 1, 2, ok. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Aj se može mi... Nemamo Zoom, joj. Zoom? Da, nemamo.
1, 2. Jedan, dva, ok, čuje se. Da. Sad ćemo tu tebe ugasiti. Može. se čuje? Čuje. Jedan, dva.
Imam nekakav mikrofon tamo.
Imate i ovaj, ali samo malo, imate drugi tamo, dole, sam ga treba upaliti. Ali ja sam nešto me muči.
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CEESEU-DIGIT Conference, Pathways to Successful Energy and Climate Planning. My name is Tin Basic, I'm from the platform called Zgradonačelnik HR, and I'm hosting today's program. Central and Eastern Europe are facing complex challenges in the process of energy and climate transition. At a time when sustainability and the fight against the climate change are key priorities, it is important to encourage innovative approaches in planning and implementing energy policies at all levels. In order to overcome these obstacles, cooperation and dialogue between different stakeholders are necessary, and this is the platform that this conference offers. Before the next speaker after me, I would like to say to the speakers and to the presenters and to the panelists, we have a strict timeline, so please have that in mind. I will sit here somewhere in the front rows. When you see me get up, that means that you have 1 minute to finish your presentation or discussion. At the beginning of the program, I would like to ask Miljenka Kuhar, the Executive Director of DOOR, to say a few words. Miljenka.
Okay, so hi, good morning everybody. So as Tin already said, my name is Miljenka Kuhar and I'm currently working in DOOR. DOOR was one of the partners on CEESEU-DIGIT project, and we are also one of the coordinators of another project, CEESEU Bender. And we are also part of this CEESEU network, which we are very proud to be the part of. I will not talk today long, nor will I talk about the project, because the whole day today and tomorrow will be dedicated to the project and the project results and everything that we did under the project. But I would like to be able to switch slides. Give me just a moment. So I'm not maybe technical savvy. So I would like to present the program or the agenda for today. So as you see, and as Dean already said, we have a packed agenda for today. So after I finish my introduction speech, Elis will tell you a bit about the project and what we managed to achieve under the project and what we plan to achieve and what the impact of the project actually is. And then we will have a nice presentation from our colleague Ewa from Mazovia Energy Agency, also about some of the results from the project that we did. Afterwards, we will have a nice presentation of another sister live project by Katarzyna from Polish network of Energie-Cités. And after that, we will have another presentation from Anna from Think Tank City Foundation, also from Poland. And our professor Antun Pfeifer from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture will also present some of the results from another project that he's part of. And so we, as you can see, we have a lot of presentations in the morning before coffee break. And after the coffee break, we will have a first panel of the day. We will have in total 2 panels. One will be right after the coffee break, and the second panel will be later in the afternoon. So the first one will be moderated by Elis, and we will actually discuss some of the topics of energy poverty and vulnerability caused by energy transition. And we have very interesting participants of the panel from MENEA, who was also one of the organizations involved in the consortia, to National Northwest Croatian Energy and Climate Agency, to agency from Slovenia, as well as from Latvia, and from the network itself from Central Eastern European Sustainable Energy Network. We will have Hector, who is one of the also participants of the project. Then at 12:35 we will have a lunch until 2. And afterwards, we will have some more presentations. The first one will be about national energy climate plans, something that we did under the project, and we would like to show you some of the analysis and the results of the analysis. And after the national energy and climate plans, we will have the presentation from Anna Juras from our Ministry of Environmental Protection and Green Transition. She will present a current draft of the social climate plan for Croatia. And she will also tell you a bit more about the measures and the future plans. Then Maja will present, Maja Bratko from DOR will present briefly another project that is part of this conference. You can see the banner here. It's a UKI project called From Plans to Reality, and she'll present some of the analysis that we as a partner did on that project. So we will end the day with the second panel, where we will have people from 2 different ministries and one energy agency. So from the Croatian Ministry of Economy, from Czech Ministry of Environment, and from Estonian Energy Agency. And we will actually discuss about some challenges and opportunities that are linking national energy and climate plans, how we can maybe make it more implementable in a way. Sorry. Okay, so after the first day, we will have a break in the afternoon, and tomorrow morning we are also starting around 10:30. with the workshops. So we have 3 different workshops in parallel that will run from 9:30 to 11. And I assume that you already like sign up for the workshops and that you will be present in the workshops that is most interesting to you based on the topic that you're interested at. So the first one will be actually the workshop that is that will be prioritizing some of the bio-based and social innovations, and the first workshop will be a part of the one of the projects that Horizon projects called Biolog. The second parallel workshop will be about energy communities. So if you are interested in energy communities, then this is the workshop for you. And actually, I was asked to tell you that the third presentation that supposed to be about different tools for local and regional planning will not be happening because of the lack of the interest. So everybody who wanted to go to the third workshop, please pick one of the remaining 2s, either Biolog or energy community workshops. Then after the coffee break, we will have three other workshops. The first one will be about social climate plans. The second one will be about green cities and different initiatives and co-creation policies and involvement of citizens in creation of different policies that are related to climate adaptation measures. And the last one will be about monitoring of energy and climate plans at the local level. And after this, we will have light lunch and the conference will be officially over. And I was also asked by our colleagues who are in charge for the evaluation of the whole event to ask you to be so kind and to scan the survey or QR code for the survey. You also have these QR codes around the room. You can see one there and one over there. And if you scan them, they will lead you to the survey, and please be so kind and evaluate the event and everything that you liked or maybe disliked. And I hope you will not dislike anything from the conference and that you will learn a lot of new things from our wonderful presenters. So I would like to thank you all again for coming here this early this morning, and I hope that you will have nice 2 days with us, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the partners who have been a part of this wonderful consortia. They did the wonderful work with different activities on the project. It was not easy sometimes, but it was definitely very impactful and very useful. So thank you all, and I wish you all a very successful conference.
Thank you, Miljenka. People, I didn't see your smartphones up, so please, Miljenka asked to scan the QR code and resolve the survey, so please do it while I'm reading the next announcement. The CEESEU-DIGIT is short for Central and Eastern European Sustainable Energy Union's design and implementation of regional government initiatives for a fair energy transition. The main objective of the project is to increase the capacity of stakeholders in 6 regions with increased CO2 emissions in Central and Eastern Europe to develop comprehensive regional energy and climate action plans aligned with national energy plans. I would like to ask Elis Vollmer from the University of Tartu from Estonia to present the main results and deliverables of the project.
Yes, thank you. I think you talked about what is already on my first slide. Yes, thanks. Hi, I'm Elis. I have a joy to coordinate a CEESEU-DIGIT project, which is the reason why we were able to gather you all here today, offline and also online, because we're actually broadcasting also live in YouTube. I hope didn't get the last numbers, but we have people also following us online, which is really, really awesome. And my role today is to tell you about the interesting things that we have found in the past 2.5 years when this project has been going on. And also I see this conference opening a door for further collaboration between different groups in Central and Eastern European countries and in Europe as a whole in terms of tackling green transition and especially the just and fair aspects of the change that we're all going through right now. Our lovely moderator already gave you a very brief overview of what the project aims to do. When we started, we set as 4 very concrete objectives so that it would be as useful for the local communities and for the participating organizations as possible, and that we would learn from our activities the best we can. As you can all read, I will not read what's on the slide, but the main thing is to support collaboration and support the engagement of different groups so that we get more brain power that comes together and actually feels more motivated, feels emboldened to carry out the necessary, sometimes difficult activities. Oh, sorry. I'm doing the wrong one. Oh, right. Why did we decide a few years ago to actually take on this kind of task of really focusing on the just transition aspect, not just green transition, but the fairness of this change of the process that I was talking about? Yes, from one point, EU has put these vulnerable and marginalized groups into the focus of the Green Deal, as well as the Just Transition Fund and the related measures. But that's only one side of the coin. The reality is, because our partnership, the CEESEN, or the Central and Eastern European Sustainable Energy Network, is about the people and the local communities, then we started this project because of what the Just Transition is about. It means basically shifting away from polluting economies to the more sustainable, regenerative ways that would be inclusive to everybody, especially for more vulnerable groups that maybe otherwise would be left behind. Because we have to be honest, the change will not be fair. The change will not be equally opportunistic to everybody, especially in the fossil fuel regions that are facing unemployment, very great changes. Some will adapt better, others will not adapt as well. So why we started this project was that we feel that the people and the local communities need the support. They very often, what we see in our other activities is that they want to change, but they don't always know how. And by really strengthening the local energy communities, strengthening the local energy agencies and municipalities helps the local regions and communities to make the right choices and implement activities that are needed for the green transition and for the change for the more sustainable future. We started the project with a very bold, big goals, and I am very, very happy to say that we're actually very close to our sort of like the bar that we set in the beginning. That's, I think, shows that the consortium, like Miljenka said, the consortium that we have is the right people in the right place and doing the right thing. And also how the local communities and local municipalities took on our, let's say, recommended activities and agreed to work with us. Because without the local people, without the local communities, our goals would have been a lot more lower or would have, let's say, come out a little bit more poor. Right. So, because when we started, we also tried to have a very strategic approach. We mainly worked with local governments and regional governments, but by doing so, we encouraged and brought together the groups and communities that very often are left out of the planning process, and really foster this discussion, because by our logic, we developed a methodology for just energy and climate action plans for Central and Eastern European countries. By that logic, being this supportive and fostering collaboration between different groups is actually how we get more inclusive and fair climate and energy plans that can be then implemented on the local level. The question is, of course, how did we actually manage to get all of this done? Like I said, we started off with planning process, which that's the official part, but in reality, we really put our focus on more difficult problems or challenges that the municipalities are facing, especially energy poverty, and especially the social aspect of including the groups that are very often being left behind or being left out of these discussions, like I mentioned before. And we also worked with the politicians themselves, as well as with the private sector, because as you know, very often we start developing something on the local level, but then elections happen, and then you get new party on power, and the direction that the municipality is in actually changes sometimes quite drastically, which we were trying to work on so that this would not be as severe as it sometimes happens. And we do that by raising awareness and showing to politicians and also the municipal workers and also to the local associations that they actually want the same thing. And like here you see on the slide on the bottom, this is what was sort of like our motto through these 2.5 years, is to maximize the support across the board, horizontally, vertically, minimize the opposition, and overcome the apathy, which very often happens when we're talking about including the marginalized groups. Oh, and finally, basically, what we actually achieved was we have good regional energy and climate plans that really are sort of like a pathway for collaboration between smaller municipalities. We have trained more than 1,200 people in our 6 regions, and because the project isn't fully over yet, in May we will still have several trainings, so this number will go even higher. We have really focused on this multi-level cooperation between the national climate and energy planning and the local level climate and energy plan, because it's the local level plan that actually implements activities that help to achieve the national level goals. So if those 2 levels are not aligned with each other, then the countries actually will fail in achieving their green transition goals. For me, one of the most interesting parts was looking into the politics and the policymakers' attitude and belief in green transition, and also understanding. And what we found was it was very diverse. You would think that, oh, green transition is understood very similarly across the Europe, because, you know, European guidelines and European regulations, so everybody understands it the same, because, you know, the sort of like the lighthouse there is the same. No, they don't. There is a very quite diverse array of understandings, but it's the internal beliefs of the politicians that actually guides the regulations and rules of that they carry out on the local level. So when we are planning for further activities, we have to take that into account. We can't just look at this black and white regulations on the EU level and think that they will magically happen and be implemented on the local level. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. But for me, it makes it even more interesting in terms of working with the actual people on the local level. We also put a lot of effort onto making the engagement better, that we would move forward from just webinars and simple town hall meetings. We promoted a different array of engagement of local communities, all the way from hackathons to citizen juries, and there is actually in social sciences there's a very wide opportunity that is not fully utilized on local level. So we were trying to promote and encourage the local municipalities to get out of their comfort zone and really try new ways to get the input they need from their local citizens. And all of that led to actually working with the local people and have more active discussions on what they actually want to achieve and how their future could be made better. We included everybody. We did activities in the schools. We trained, not really trained, we played with kindergarten kids and taught them about bees and waste management and you know, other activities that are actually tied to the green transition because it connects also to the mentality of people. And we included the elderly, and we included the other vulnerable groups that very often are being ignored, and they loved being included. I'm just, you know, just give them an opportunity, and they very happily want to know more, they want to have an opinion, and they want to be heard. And of course, as any other EU project, we did collaborate with other EU networks. Climate Alliance and FEDEREN may be the main ones, but we were also try to always be present in the EU level conferences, EU Sustainable Energy Week, and other events, so that we could talk about our experiences and our solutions that we have found. And this is the team. Almost everybody is on this photo. Who is not on the photo is currently somewhere working with the local communities. So, you can have my contact there. So, do we have time for any questions? Moderator says yes. Does anybody have any questions about the project? Or you're eager to hear other presentations? And because we have very, very interesting day. Oh, one thing before I take questions is I talked about the political analysis and different reports that we did. CEESEU-DIGIT is only one of the several projects that the CEESEU network is part of, and we are really trying to bring together and share the information that we find as part of our activities. So if you have not yet joined the network, do join. You can find the link to join our mailing list and network activities on our website, ceeseu.org. It's there on the slide. And this way you can be sure that you will be in the loop and receiving actually information about what we have found out as part of our activities. Thank you.
Questions? So we go on.
Everything.
Thank you very much, Elis. Our next presentation highlights best practices from the development of regional energy and climate action plans in 6 Central and Eastern European regions within this project. Ewa Szulc from Mazovia Energy Agency from Poland will state key lessons and examples that illustrate how regional authorities and municipalities can co-create just, effective and locally grounded climate strategies to support the energy transition across Central and Eastern Europe. Ewa.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Ewa and I'm the representation of Polish part of CEESEU-DIGIT. I'm from Mazovia Energy Agency, and today we're going to talk about best practices. So the short scope of my presentation, and let's go. Wait. I don't know what happened. Yeah, the end. Okay. Is it from the first slide? Is it going from the first slide? No? Okay. Okay, so the first thing is what is actually ECAP Plus and why there is this plus. So we decided to create some kind of a new type of uniform, holistic, cross-sector energy and climate plan. And this plan, this plus means that we wanted to focus on like very specific topics. So basically just energy transition, energy security, energy poverty, and inclusion of vulnerable groups. Of course, the big part is also the climate change that cannot be omitted and should go hand in hand with the energy part. And also, as Elis already mentioned, is also aligning with other documents and EU goals. And financing adaptation and mitigations actions. But putting together those topics is not enough. We actually, to create this change, we need to cooperate with other human beings, and the cooperation with other human beings might create some challenges, but we're gonna combat those challenges, of course, to create the change. So let's go to the part. So the first thing is actually about the partners that we have in our project. And I asked them to describe their role in this development of the plan, their own role. So the first partner is from Croatia, is Mazovia Energy Agency, and they decided to call themselves the coordinator of the process. Also the Latvian partner, Vidzeme Planning Region, they call themselves an expert. The Slovenian partner, Energy Agency, they call themselves project manager or ECAP developer. The Mazovia Energy Agency from Poland, we call ourselves coordinator. And Czech partner, Enviros, they also call themselves as a partner. And Estonian, the Energy Agency from Tartu and the University of Tartu, they call themselves supporters. So as you see, here we already have the human factor that's full of partners. Okay, let's have a closer look into the development process. Okay. So the first question that I asked my partners, if they could tell what was the best way to involve the municipal and regional authorities. And apparently most of them decided that the regular dialogue and meetings is the best way to do it. And there was one strange case that was doing this through the external company, but this is a little bit different story that you can get to know more from in the conversation during the lunch, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something. Okay. Harder. Okay. Okay. So also, as Elis already mentions, the important part for us was the aligning with some documents, and in this part I decided to ask about the national energy and climate plans. So is it a key part? And most of the partners said yes. One of them said no, but not really thinking that is an important part. But you know, the national energy and climate plans have their difficult story that we're not gonna really focus today. But you know, maybe aligning the documents are not very easy when the document is not finished yet. So let's go to this human factor. So basically, I asked how they assess the effectiveness of the training sessions with the regional authorities, and basically most of them said that they were pretty effective. So the regular meetings and cooperation and the trainings were effective. Yeah, and but in this on this local level, maybe it was a little bit more difficult because the municipalities are not always very likely to cooperate where they're not directly involved in the in the project, but so their activity is like from moderate to not very active. Yeah, but beside the fact that they sometimes not extremely active, but they're still pretty crucial for us. And as you see from the graph, the biggest parts are actually the capacity building and training, and also just the opportunity for the municipality itself to exchange their experience and learn from each other and share the best practices. What also is pretty important is just the fact that we as this coordinator can learn from about the local needs and adapt to those local conditions. And also just the fact that the regional authority can facilitate and support those local municipalities. And just not as important, the clear communication and inclusive of other stakeholders. Yeah, what also was pretty important, as I already mentioned, was this vulnerable group inclusion. And yeah, we did a lot of actions to do this. And where those vulnerable groups were mostly seniors, youth, or low income, or those in the energy poor condition. And through our group, the most successful, I guess, were workshops or some public consultations, but we also did some surveys and individual home visits, but the workshops are totally the best, and the engagement from it's like the most straightforward. Yeah, as you see, this is another one, the following question, like what encourage the most meaningful participation, and not only into the vulnerable groups, but in general, so the regional authorities, municipal, or any other stakeholders like business or citizens or anyone that was participating in our meetings. And here also the workshops wins, and then just public meetings, so kind of like you're sitting here, also through the public meeting. We did also some online consultations and focus groups. Okay, time for some challenges, and this is not the last time we're going to talk about it. So I asked what they think was the 3 biggest challenges for them during this development process. And it turned out that the problems are the capacity and resources, and I guess this is not the first time you're hearing about this, but this is still a challenge, and yeah, maybe we should focus more on this kind of topic and actually make a project about this, how to resolve this problem. The other thing was of course, limited data availability, and I guess we are working on the problem of sharing data and unifying data, and what kind of data should be, in which way the data of regions or municipals should be shared through to our stakeholders, but this is still a big challenge in this kind of process. Of course, engaging stakeholders, as you already heard from me. But all the other factors were a little bit less crucial, so the coordination between different levels of government is pretty challenging. The securing financial support and political or institutional resistance that was happening through this human interaction. Okay. So I also asked if they had any challenges, like in the specifically in engaging with the certain stakeholders group, and I got a lot of answers that are referring to the vulnerable groups. So basically, those groups are not really aware that their opinion on perspective is crucial for us, and we find out that the best way to achieve their trust is through someone that they already know. So some probably like professional and skilled person, or someone that is working with them on the everyday basis. Yeah, it gives them the better understanding of the problem and why we actually would like to talk to them. But sometimes we see that the local governments are a little bit resistant to implementing the proposed measures. And yeah, like maybe because we already we're trying with them to engage in so many ways and they're not really interested, or like they have the low capacity to do this, they sometimes results in the stakeholder fatigue. And of course the business sector might be a little bit more challenging to be engaged in this kind of document because they're not directly interested to be a part of it. But what could be the best practices and key lessons for us from this survey? Yeah, I asked my partners what they could consider to use in the future, what kind of good practices. And let's have a look. Yeah, like as I already mentioned, the trusted community, someone who is they already know, and then they can actually refer to it pretty easily. So those vulnerable groups and also like very specific groups, it's the best to have very tailored kind of engagement method, like maybe hire someone that is dedicated for this kind of group, or they have knowledge how to engage in very specific group. And actually you're gonna learn a little bit more how to engage with the local community and how to make them to participate for the participatory budgeting in the next presentation. So. And also one of the partners was using this method and of the focus group, so we find that it's pretty dedicated group that can share and consider the problems of their community is pretty successful method. Yeah, and what is also what you can experience in this place? It's like creating a welcoming and nice atmosphere, maybe some snacks and like some coffee. They feel like more like home and they trust us more. And also, what is pretty important, we see that topics that are like tailored for them. So basically, like when we were targeting municipalities, we were like saying, oh, would you like to get to know about some financing opportunities? And we were just, in this occasion, talking also about the ECAP itself. Okay, let's see what were a little bit more challenging, and basically it's still the intergovernmental dialogue and collaboration. And we see that there are some ways to do it. So basically we would like to establish clear communication channels and ensure inclusive and transparent process. So it makes the whole thing that everyone knows that what's going on. There's going to be regular meetings and they know what they should be prepared. But still, because of this stakeholder fatigue, the overall success was limited. But we know our challenges and what we can improve in the future. So what is the best way to engage in the ECAP development? Because without this engagement, we couldn't even develop the plan itself. So start pretty early with a clear plan, so everyone knows what's going on and what's going to happen in the future. We should, of course, map our stakeholders, and actually we do in the early stage of the project. Yeah, using diverse and accessible methods, and as you see, like we were using a lot of different methods, like workshops, some online consultation, home visits, and focus groups, and like online workshops. Of course, we are setting clear expectation and showing the impact of the ECAP. We would like to keep engagement going, so this is also over the ECAP itself. Then it's going this implementation stage that we're gonna still keep in touch. And of course, pretty important part, making the data understandable. So if we are, yeah, so I'm referring to the fact that the tailored methods that should be also tailored to the level of knowledge and using like not very complicated words to explain complicated stuff. And the pretty easy pretty easy, but maybe not pretty easy to implement, is the promoting the meetings well, so people know where is it and where is happening, and they actually had like pretty well-established communication channels to learn about this events. Okay, I also ask my partners what they are the most proud of, and actually those also are going to be focused on the energy poverty. So they were implementing some information campaigns and education on this topic to the vulnerable groups. They were collaborating with social institutions and NGOs to support those groups. They were executing some energy audits for energy poor households. And yeah, like there was a dedicated one for the municipal buildings, so detailed proposals that was focused on the energy efficiency in the local infrastructure. That was also communicated through newspapers and articles. So as a summary, I decided to make a list of potential for the replication. And as our base of the ECAP is the unified methodology, so we just create together the energy and the climate part, that it's pretty important, and we just we focus on like specific topics. Of course, the data availability, we should like still highlight the fact that the data is very needed and should be the data sharing practice should be unified and pretty straightforward to make this process easier. Tailored engagement, I already mentioned this pretty deeply. Of course, focus on energy poverty. This is pretty crucial for us. Local expertise, we need the insight and the perspective of those who are in the local condition to make the best actions for them. And simplified documentation, so the ECAP itself shouldn't be very complicated and should explain some stuff in pretty straightforward way so anybody can read it. Yeah, thank you so much, and here's some details if you would like to know more from me, and see you around during the conference.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Most of the municipalities prepared their CEEPs and CECAP with external assistance and are not directly involved in the preparation process, thus not feeling like owners of the plan, which highly influences the implementation of the CECAP afterwards. Katarzyna Brawiak from Polish network Energie-Cités will tell us about a live project called OwnYourSECAP that through various activities directly engaged 44 municipalities to develop or upgrade their CECAP with ambitious targets of climate neutrality in 2050 and highlighting measures that have double mitigation and adoption and triple effects, mitigation, adoption and energy poverty. Katarzyna, where are you? Here you. Thank you. Use this microphone, the black one.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Brawiak, and thank you for having me. Thank you for the introduction. And I represent the Association of Municipalities Polish Network Energie-Cités. And today I'm very pleased to present you the live project OwnYourSECAP, which empowers municipalities in developing and implementing their sustainable energy and climate action plans. So first, let me introduce our organization. So the Association of Municipalities Polish Network Energie-Cités is a non-profit NGO that has been operating since 1994, and we work actively to promote sustainable energy development and climate action at the local level in Poland. And our work focuses on helping Polish municipalities to plan, develop, and implement local energy and climate strategies, and also projects that support these goals. And our association brings together local and regional authorities from across Poland. Currently, we have 35 member municipalities. Since 2009, we also have been an official Covenant of Mayors supporter, and we are also a collective member of the European Energie-Cités network. At our association, we carry out a wide range of activities that directly support the energy transition and climate adaptation in Polish municipalities. We implement both national and international projects that bring practical solutions to local challenges. And we also organize conferences, seminars, workshops, study visits. And also a key part of our work is to facilitate the exchange of experience and ideas, and not only between our members, but also across the municipalities from the European Union. We also help local authorities to identify funding opportunities for climate and energy-related projects, and we also support the development and implementation of the CECAPs. We also publish materials like brochures, guidelines, and others, and also important aspects of our work is to promote achievements of our municipalities. And finally, we engage in climate and environmental education. Our association implements projects financed by programs such as Interreg Europe, our association implements a project financed by programs like Interreg Europe, Erasmus, Horizon, Life, or OIKI, and these projects cover topics focused on sustainability, including energy efficiency in buildings, energy management in municipalities, renewable energy district heating, renewable energy-based district heating, also climate adaptation, urban planning, and energy poverty and energy education. And as I said, we implement project finance, for example, by LIFE program. And one of these projects is the OwnYourSECAP project, and its full name is Bringing Local and Regional Municipalities Towards Owning Their CECAPs. And the project started in September 2022 and will end in August this year. And the main goal of the project was to actively support the implementation and the development and updating the sustainable energy and climate action plans. So our project consortium brings together 11 partners from 11 countries, and the project is coordinated by Ecodoma from Latvia, and other partners include NGOs, energy agencies, and research institutions from Austria, Czech Republic, Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Ireland, and Sweden. So during the project, we work with 3 types of municipalities: experienced, less experienced, and replication ones. And these groups are supported by technical partners to ensure the knowledge sharing and targeted assistance. And the experienced municipalities serve as mentors to less experienced municipalities. And at the same time, replication municipalities observe this process and prepare to take similar steps. And after the project, the idea is to the idea is that the replication municipalities gain enough knowledge to enough knowledge and confidence to continue their CECAP development and also the energy management system and to implement this action independently with optional support, of course, of the technical partners. So the OwnYourSECAP project follows a structured 3-year cycle. So it started with selecting the municipalities and collecting data, followed by preparing the sustainable energy climate action plans and the energy management system. And then we support the implementation of CECAP measures and finally the update of CECAPs. And alongside this process, we run an annual cycle of action planning and evaluation. And each year, the municipalities they identify 3 actions from the CECAP measures, and for each one they develop a detailed action plan. And they implement the actions, they monitor the process, and they prepare a management report. So one of the innovative elements of the OwnYourSECAP project is the integration of the design thinking principles into the development of CECAPs. And this method offers an approach that helps local authorities better understand the needs of their communities and create practical and effective climate and energy actions. And as illustrated by the infinity loop, this method encourages continuous feedback and adaptation. And on one side, we focus on understanding the context and identifying key challenges and finding potential solutions. And on the other side, we test the solutions, we collect feedback and improve them based on real experience. And this way of thinking helps to involve local people more, and it leads to better and more useful CECAPs. So as I mentioned, during the project we work with 3 types of municipalities: and experienced, less experienced, and replication municipalities. And all of them receive support and are engaged in implementing and concrete climate and energy actions. And since we have 11 partners, so the target was to directly engage 44 municipalities to develop or update their sustainable energy climate action plans. So 22 experienced municipalities and 22 less experienced. And the target was also to empower at least 66 replication municipalities through dedicated peer-to-peer activities and to replicate the part of the OwnYourSECAP activities, including the CECAP development and the energy management system development. As I said, the municipalities we work with are at the different stages of climate and energy planning. Each partner engage 2 experienced municipalities, which are already have their sustainable energy climate action plan, and during the final year of the project they will update it. Each partner also engage 2 less experienced municipalities, which are just at the beginning of the journey. And in the first or the second year of the project, they were working on developing their first CECAP. And they were also working on establishing the energy management system and gained the ISO 50001 certification of the energy management system. And also each partner worked with replication municipalities. So the goal was to engage 4 municipalities from partner countries and 2 from other countries. But in our case, like in Poland, we have 5 national municipalities and 1 international municipality, and our municipality is from Croatia, is the town of Prelog. And all of these municipalities, the replication municipalities receive the tailored support to like develop or update their sustainable energy climate action plan and to develop the energy management system. So now let's look at what we have achieved so far. So across the 11 partner countries, we have engaged 106 municipalities. They include 21 experienced, 24 less experienced, and 61 replication municipalities. And the project has reached 18 countries, so 11 directly involved in the project, and plus 7 more through replication. And the countries are Croatia, Ukraine, Estonia, Lithuania, Greece, Malta, and Slovenia. And we have already supported the development of 18 new CECAPs for the less experienced municipalities. And we also helped 6 municipalities to gain the ISO 50001 certification of the energy management system. And we have also organized 3 international peer-to-peer activities, peer-to-peer events in Prague, Vienna, and Bratislava, and also more than 100 national peer-to-peer events, which were focusing on topics as communication and implementation of actions, energy management, adaptation to climate change, and climate mainstreaming. So, despite the progress that we have made, we also faced several challenges along the way. So the main challenge was that in some countries, the sustainable energy and climate action plans overlap with other initiatives, and this leads to some confusion or duplication, and this make it harder to attract attention and engage municipalities effectively. And also, one of the main challenges was limited personnel availability. Many local authorities often lack of enough staff, and this can hinder the successful development and implementation of CECAPs. And we also, it was not easy for us to get noticed by the people we want to reach because of the various communication happening, and also adapting to local context was one of the main challenges for us, because each country has its own unique challenges and context. So adapting our solutions to like fit these local realities was difficult. So the OwnYourSECAP project also has provided us with some lessons learned, and for us the LIFE program has played a crucial key role in helping us to explore new areas and techniques which we were able to tailor to specific local needs for local authorities. And also the cooperation between project partners has been one of our greatest advantages. Because working with partners who bring like this unique expertise from their respective countries has allowed us to develop and share best practices, which is a real advantage. And also our peer-to-peer exchanges across more than 11 countries have been really incredibly inspirational. And this exchange of ideas and experiences has fostered a sense of community and helped us all learn from each other. And these lessons have been valuable in improving our work and shaping the next steps in supporting local authorities across Europe. So the OwnYourSECAP project is coming to an end, and the final conference will take place online on 13 June. So if you are interested in taking part, so please follow our channels, where we will publish more details soon. And also, if you want to learn more about our project, please visit our website or our social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will examine the legal framework and the underlying principles of participatory budgeting, how participatory procedures are designed and implemented by local and regional authorities, highlighting best practices. Anna Wieczorek from think tank City Foundation from Poland will present participatory budgeting from the Mazovia region as an example of civic engagement on a regional level. Also, she will present a case study illustrating stakeholder engagement in the context of regional climate transition planning. Where is Anna? You are here. Thank you. Here you go. Put the laptop here. The microphone.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and before I start my presentation, I would like to thank Mazovia Energy for inviting me today and give me this opportunity to speak about participation and how participatory budgeting and multi-level stakeholder engagement in energy and climate planning can make the process more inclusive and comprehensible from the citizens' point of view. We believe that inclusive processes help to create more socially resilient planning. Before I will go in I will talk about these two examples. Let me briefly talk about the work of our foundation. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So our mission is to improve quality of life by fostering civic participation. We believe if we work with citizens on planning, this creates more resilient and socially accepted plans and policies. We do spatial research and analysis, so we are analyzing how the region is working, how the place is working to support data-driven planning. We design and implement participatory processes, so we work with local governments, regional governments, to come up with new ideas on how to engage citizens, residents in the participation process. And we educate and train public officials, but also residents to prepare them and build capacity in public dialogue and make them prepare for a dialogue. And we believe that by fostering civic participation, we build resilient communities, and that's what we need with long-term planning. Yep. Well, when we think about participation, I think the most classic approach to participation is what we call the ladder of participation. So we had different levels, and each level we invite residents to some sort of, let's say, play. The lowest level, it's manipulation. So we ask residents for their opinion, but it's just an illusion. Or we know what we want. We call it, in the foundation, we call it, I'm sorry, every dad, but we call it DAD, D-A-D, DAD approach, decide unknowns and defend your opinion. And that's, of course, that's not the approach we would like to promote. We think that, to be honest, to be honest with residents, we need to either decide that we will inform residents about what we have decided, educate them about consequences of our decision, and that's it. So that can be one-way communication. Or we can invite residents, citizens to the consultation process, public consultation. That means that we ask a question and we hear answers. It doesn't mean we need to implement answers and solutions offered by residents, but we need to gather opinions and different perspectives. And the highest level, we call it codicide or partnership. It's based on this sharing responsibility. So we work with residents on, and we involve residents into decision-making process, which means also that we don't only hear the voices, but we need to integrate those voices and opinions into final decisions. And today I would like to talk about two examples from Mazovia of this co-deciding, which is like the highest and the most difficult level of participation. But of course, we should start with the question to what extent participation support informed governance. We don't want to ask every question to citizens because they will get tired and they will get enough of us if we ask about every single decisions. Also, there is a lot of decisions coming from policy or financial or other aspects that are more important than opinions of our residents. But what we gain from participation, whatever level you choose, is that decision makers can observe trends and needs of residents. And on the other side, citizens can express individual perspective and gain insight into complex mechanism. And this individual perspective means we can hear those who are not heard, usually like vulnerable groups we talked about, youth or seniors or poor people. Let's be honest, poor people do not stand up for their needs. So how to, what procedure we can offer to, I'm sorry? To fulfill this challenge. And now if we think about regional level and policy and climate planning, the challenge is its complexity and the scale. Well, complexity because when we talk about climate, energy, climate adaptation, net zero cities, or whatever complex you are using, it's super complex from non-expert point of view. It's very difficult. And we have some immediate costs or limitations, and the gains that will come within the years, so people do not see any profits out of that. And that's very difficult to explain the complexity of the problem by itself. Another issue is the scale. Well, making participation on very local level is a challenge. We heard that engaging stakeholders on local level was challenging in every examples we heard. So how to engage people on regional level? When we have, in which we have very diverse communities, urban, rural, poor and rich with different needs and different preparation to participate. So these are two challenges we were facing when thinking about Mazovian region, and the procedure I would like to talk about is participatory budgeting. That's one of the answers we can have to these two challenges. But participatory budgeting in Poland is a phenomena. We are the worldwide phenomena. We are the leader, worldwide leader in participatory budgeting. Don't ask me why. I mean, now I know it because since 2019, every municipality is forced to have a participatory budgeting in place. But almost 40% of all participatory budgets that we have in Europe is located in Poland. That's our exporting good. So Poland inspired Ukraine, Georgia, Moldavia, Czech Republic, and their procedures are similar to what we have in Poland. This is the map of all participatory budgets in Poland. As you can see, it's everywhere. And the darker the dot is, the more additions was held of participatory budgeting was held in the municipality or in the region. So we have it everywhere. It's in very local level, it's on regional level. It's written in the act that this is this is the way we govern on local level. So a resident can decide annually through direct voting how some % of budget will be expended. And municipal council may not remove or significantly alter the projects that residents submit. This participatory, budgeting is mandatory in the cities with the county rights. It's not mandatory on a regional level. The civic budget on regional level are shaped by regional assembly. But since residents got used to this procedure, they often demand that on the regional level. I mean, well, if you know that you can, as a citizen, you can spend 30 million zloty, well, you would like to have it in your region. Regional Assembly in Mazovia decided to have this participatory budget as well. From the residents' point of view, this is how it looks like. So at the beginning of the year, usually beginning of the year, you can bring some ideas to your council and work on the project, and you can submit your project. And this project will be verified by officials. The budget will be calculated. You can discuss the project with relevant stakeholders, and co-residents can vote for your project. It looks a bit different from authorities' perspective. For them, the most relevant or difficult part is implementation of project, because you need to imagine that you have 30, in Mazovian region, it's 30 million zlotys. So you have diverse project, and now you need to, they got the vote of residents, and you need to implement them. You need to find contractors, you need to organize events, you need to find location for those projects. And you need to deliver that to the community within 1 year. So it's like year by year. Yeah. And then you need to operate and maintain those projects. And that's a biggest challenge because, well, infrastructure projects cost a lot to be maintained for a long run. Now, this regional participatory budgets, it's very difficult one. It's very difficult procedure to be organized. Since we know, and we know it from research and practice, that participation is easiest at the very local level. If you invite residents to decide upon parking they have downstairs, well, they will come to express their opinions. But if you ask, what do you want in Mazovian region, which is the biggest region in Poland, 500,000 people living in the region, well, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what cities are in my region, honestly. I mean, so how we can invite people to this procedure? Then at the regional level, there is very few projects that will affect me as a resident directly. And residents' awareness of what voivodeship, so the region, can do or can't do is very limited. It's not like a city council. But on the other side, understanding resident needs, it's also very limited on regional level. And it can be complex. So in the Mazovian participatory budget procedure, we decided, or the regional council decided for some grant rules. So first, this Mazovian participatory budget was introduced in 2020. It was based on what we had as experience from city-level participatory budgets. And the idea was to involve residents of the voivodeship in the governance of the region and strengthen the bonds between residents of the region. Make them aware who lives where and what cities we have or what sub-regions we have in the Mazovia. We enable residents to co-decide on the allocation of funds from the budget. It increases residents' awareness of the voivodeship's own task and budgetary principles. There is no additional funds in the budget, it's just specific amount that is a part of the budget. It cannot be less than 0.75 of the total budget of the region. By the way, it cannot be more than 1.22%. That's the decision of regional council. And allocation of those money is fully decided by residents. Any resident can submit a project, can bring an idea, regardless of age and regardless of citizenship. That is also important. So it's voted by people living in the region. And residents can submit any number of projects. We have two different types of projects, investment projects and non-investment projects. Investment project is over can be worth over $1 million zloty. And non-investment project is up to 240,000, which is around 60,000 euro, more or less. Residents can get an overview of the task on regional level, and I will show you there is a map showing which projects are under, let's say, construction, which topics are there. Residents can explore a map while locating their project, and they can submit a vote on a larger scale or more local scale, so regional and sub-regional pools. And some, I think, best practices or lesson learned from Mazovian participatory budgets. It's 5th edition, so we know some things. First, well, rule of thumb is stay closer to local problems. As you can see, this non-investment project, 60,000 euro, it's not a big project. So some very local groups can apply for funding one event. Let's make one event in my rural community. Sub-regional pools is bigger than the pool for the big regions. We have 11 sub-regions in Mazovia. That makes this procedure closer. And we observe a trend that, local governments encourage citizens, encourage residents to submit a project. It's like, to be straightforward, they say, oh, we would like to organize a festival for you. We don't have money. Let's apply for that in participatory budget. We will help you to build the project, to make a budget and so on. Then the second rule of thumb is make it predictable. It is happening every year, and that's the same procedure. Beginning of the year, submitting projects. Can I have some laser light here? The red one. Okay. Yeah. So this is the beginning of the year, submitting projects. Then spring, verifying projects. Then if my project has negative evaluation, I can appeal against this. Then there is announcement of projects submitted for voting. A resident have 2 months for voting, and announcement of results. And it happens every year, so people learn how to participate. Then the third rule, stay in contact. So you can bring an idea to your officials and you can say, well, I would like to have big party for people to talk about energy poverty, and I would invite seniors from all over the region. How can I do it? And regional official will help you to go from the vague idea to very concrete project. There is consulting online, and you can call officials to ask about how to budget your project and so on. There is verification procedure that verify if it is formally possible, if it is legal, if it is financially realistic, and of course you can appeal against negative evaluation. So stay in contact. Well, I'm sorry. Then keep residents informed. So when you choose your project, you can see other projects in your neighborhood. You can click on every project and you can see what is it about, who is it under construction, what's the subject of the project, and so on. And there is very detailed description of the project, like a total cost, how much was realized, how much was of project was implemented, is it sub-regional or regional, and so on. And thanks to that, we can observe some trends. Since residents can have any ideas, we can see in this big topic of climate change or more sustainable development, what is interesting for people. And we have 3 examples from our region, like a second life for Mazovian rainwater. That was a project made for the whole of the region. So that was harvesting system on public utility buildings owned by Mazovian Voivodeship government, and they collected rainwater. We have some educational projects, and also we have Green Mazovia, which is a very nice project that connects the sustainable development with very local identity. So you can observe trends. And, I'm sorry. And finally, when you make it recurrent, when it's every year, people learn the procedure. So we see that this year, and residents and local governments, this year we had almost 500 projects. Last year it was 300, so it's growing in number. Local governments encourage their residents to submit projects. There is growing number of voters. Now we have over 100,000 voters. So like big engagement if we think about challenges we have in participation. And we have, like, we call it healthy competition. Some regions are better and they get more money, some or more projects, and there is kind of competition in local governments on how to mobilize the residents. So we think that the longer it lasts, the better it will be embedded in this regional, let's say, awareness. This is one. Do I have time? Yes. 1 minute? Okay, so I have 1 minute to talk about a completely different example, which is stakeholder cooperation. We've made again in Mazovia, in the city, and the project was called Net Zero Emission, and the idea behind was completely different from participatory budgeting. It was how to start long-lasting cooperation with stakeholder. Long-lasting, we mean like within the years. We want to have stakeholders to make ongoing dialogue with them on the very local level. So, and I will talk just about the beginning of this model. As you can see, this model is complex, like a climate by itself. So we started with stakeholder analysis. And this is like a classic stakeholder analysis when the main and the most important starting point is to choose the group of stakeholders who has high influence and high interest in your project. And those are the ones that you will engage in your cooperation. They are prime candidates. They will most likely to commit to activities and will that demand time and effort. They will communicate actively about the project. As you can see, we have 2 other groups. We have those who have high influence and should be informed, like big regional institutions. They should be informed about your project. We have those who have low influence and low interest, and we need to monitor the reaction, like with the big surveys, for example, or as a part of light let's say, participatory methods. And we have those with high interest, but rather low influence, and we need to organize public consultation with them. And those who needs to be engaged, the way we cooperate with them is we engage them into co-creation. So we work together to develop services or solutions or become innovative and foster dialogue. I will quickly move to show you some cartoons showing. So we gather a group of 40 people. We show them the challenge. We present them, an expert can talk about the challenge. Then there is time to look at the challenge from different perspectives, like also from vulnerable groups' perspective, and exchange and communicate about that. And then we see the complexity of the problem. As a next, sorry. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, yeah, thank you. So, and the idea for the workshop can be to become creative, to find consensus, or to commit to action. And I promise that's the very last slide. That's a picture from a stakeholder workshop we handled in one of the cities. We had internal stakeholders like city halls officials, vulnerable groups. In this case, we had the gypsies community, for example, which is very difficult to be engaged. Or this is very poor neighborhood in one of the Mazovian cities. We had NGOs, neighborhood councils, but also universities, housing cooperatives of energy suppliers. And we worked on how to renovate very degraded buildings to make them more sustainable. And of course we had some and we prepared some scenario for the workshop. And the final remarks, what we learned from participatory budget and what we learned from this multi-level stakeholder analysis is that you need to respect stakeholders' time and resources. You need to give them a very specific topic with the very specific outcome. If you just invite to make a dialogue, it doesn't make sense for them and they will not come back. Then you need to adapt the type of engagement to different stakeholders. Not every stakeholder needs to participate in the workshop. Some of them will just vote because it takes like a minute to vote. Not make more stakeholders is not always better, at least not always to better results. If you work on adaptations of building, for example, you need to go on the very local level with a small group of people and come up with solutions that are tangible for stakeholders you have. But of course you need to stay inclusive in a way. You have to make some extra effort with vulnerable groups to make them feel welcome in your process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The LOGREENER project will be introduced. It builds on the results of 3 successful Interreg Euromed projects, Compose, Prismi and Local for Green, offering users a comprehensive toolkit for local energy planning through tailored training and customized support. Antun Pfeifer, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture from Croatia, will tell us that numerous examples of how these tools have been applied across the Mediterranean were collected through the 3 projects, allowing users to explore and identify which parts of the toolkit are most useful for their specific needs. Where is Mr. Oh, here you are. Why are you not here already? It's a grand entrance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers very much for having me on board for this presentation. So I will be slightly more technical than previous presentations, but I promise to make up to you with some colorful pictures because of that. So, okay. As we already heard a couple of times in these presentations, we plan on local level. I mean, we plan on regional, national levels, EU level, but also on local level because we have very ambitious goals now. And we also are aware that the transition is not only technical, but it's also economic and social transition. So it's a transition towards renewable energy for all of us, and we need to include everyone and leave no one behind. So we also have new technical issues, sources of power that are producing not exactly when we want, but when they have resources to do so. And for this reason, we need to plan. What can our users, like municipalities, gain from this process of planning and from new knowledge? Because knowledge is the only resource that is getting larger the more you share it, right? So municipalities can gain a lot of trust from their voters, from their local communities by being inclusive and being holistic in their planning of energy transition. What we decided to do and what we are actually doing for 9 years now in the Interreg Med area is providing the tools and making more organized and more, let's say, scientifically based these processes of making decisions, of making local action plans, and also including all stakeholders that need to be involved and that are factually involved in the energy transition. Our project, LOGREENER, is one that is actually transferring project. So it's bringing together all the work that has been done since 2016 by 3, let's say, streams of knowledge and of operation that are composed with more holistic approach and with online step-by-step guide how to plan local energy transition. PRISMI project, which is bringing technical tools how to implement this transition, how to include new technologies, how to include renewable energy, how to include storage, how to include energy communities, how to solve local needs and secure as much as possible to be sure that the end product, the end configuration of our local system will be operational at the end of our efforts. And Local for Green, which is ensuring for local communities to find also fiscal measures which would be appropriate to support this transition, to find the funding for the transition. Our present consortium is actually composed from different partners that have been involved in Compose, PRISMI or Local for Green projects in the past, and now they are representing each of their projects in our new consortium, and we are running from 1st of January 24, and we will complete our efforts by the end of this year and then report what we did by March of the next year. We are 8 partners, and also we have a number of associated partners which have joined us to actually test and to be the first users of the new integrated toolkit that includes all the mentioned streams of knowledge. Now we have partners in Spain, in Italy, in Slovenia, in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in Greece. So these are current partners. But this is only actually the tip of the iceberg, as our following, let's say, community are also all those partners and communities that have previously been involved in Compose, PRISMI and Local for Green. So it's a couple of thousand actually users, both for example, for Compose, dozens of municipalities that have been implementing PRISMI toolkits, and also dozens of other municipalities that have been using the Local for Green toolkits. At this point, we have created an integrated toolbox based on the Compose approach, and then enriched with PRISMI toolkit, with Local for Green toolkit, and especially with examples of good practice where all of our users can check how these toolkits have been used before and what kind of results they can actually get if they use our toolkit. General approach that is referring to especially the PRISM part, so energy system planning, energy scenarios, so how you develop your energy system. The general approach can be summarized as this. So we created a common methodology to assess the potential of local renewable energy, and also a methodology in terms of how to acquire necessary data to plan the production from such technologies. Then we pre-process it and use it in the tools for energy system modeling. And after that, we perform also techno-economic analysis, because we want to know how different decisions influence in the end result our cost of the system, how much we need to invest to reach this end picture. Will this influence the environment? How much? What would be the end emissions per year? And also how many green jobs we can open with this approach, and if we follow through with some of our scenarios. In terms of the toolbox for energy system analysis, we used Energy Plan Toolbox, and it offers very comprehensive overview of the energy system, so it provides us with the opportunity to test very different technologies and to be very comprehensive in terms of almost whatever the island or rural area we are having in our case study, we can find technologies needed for its energy transition and model them. The approach is, of course, to identify the local needs first and foremost, to make it structured, to also determine what are key available resources in the region, and then determine availability of data to model both needs and available resources, and to find which technologies can bridge the gap and help us to satisfy this need with sustainable local resources. Then we structure and represent them in stepwise approach. And finally, we develop some scenarios, for example, business as usual scenario with current state of mind, with no extra engagement, for example, from the local community, maybe some medium or renewable energy scenario, which would include maybe some private initiative, maybe public areas, public spaces used for solar power and similar approaches, and high-res scenario, which would use all the available resources to reach a 100% renewable energy system. We need to consider which sources of data we have. This is one of the major challenges also for different local communities. And it seems to be very different, not only between different countries, but also inside one country. It very much depends on local energy providers, distribution system operators, local legislative framework, which kind of data is secret, which kind of data can be easily distributed, and so on. So we do a lot of synthesis of the data, because on this level of analysis we cannot really put the real measured data, because it takes a couple of years to generate. So this energy plan tool that is the basic engine of analysis of energy system is a European product from Denmark, and it's open access. So we informed our users about which topology of data needs to be collected in order to model the system, and also which kind of outputs they can get. They can get hourly energy balances, total cost of the system, CO2 emissions, import-export of electricity in their region, and how much their chosen configuration influences actually the techno-economic side of the investment in renewable energy. I already described the scenarios, but what is also important to understand, and what we now witness in different countries, we saw this in Czech Republic, I think, a couple of years ago now, some issues arose in Spain, and we are currently in the step of energy transition where, from technical point of view, we need to harmonize our investments in renewable energy and different storage technologies, different technologies for energy conversion so that we can use excess electricity from solar and, for example, from solar and wind when we have them, to store them and then to use them later in different sectors of demand. If we don't do it, then we can have a lot of installed capacities, but they are not really utilized in the scope in which they have been calculated. This approach offers us to model electricity from all possible generators and needs connected with different technologies for balancing. We can also use this for modeling of district heating, which is a very significant component in the energy sector of many local governments in the continental parts. Hydrogen as an energy vector, and then we get very colorful results, both in numerical and in graphical representations. I have also a couple of examples. For example, islands of Korčula. In Croatia, it's an island with roughly 15,000 people that we modeled, and we analyzed the potential of local renewable energy, also analyzed which locations would be appropriate to actually find a sitting for these projects. We defined the scenarios, different installed capacities of technologies, both generators and different storage technologies. And then the results that we offer can be used by local governments to defend their strategy. So they can represent, okay, you see, in this way we will cover our needs for an average energy need in certain months. When we import, when we don't import, we have this much renewables, we have some technologies, for example, vehicle to grid, that help us balance the grid and so on. We can offer hourly results, because it's very important to know that in each hour our system will be operational and will work without problem. Then we get also numerical results on how much energy was produced from which of our sources, and also what is the change in greenhouse gas emissions depending on the scenario, and how much is the full-time equivalent jobs created by these scenarios that we are proposing. Also, similar analysis was done by our partners for the island of Tilos in Greece. The difference was that this one was much more isolated compared to Korčula, which has connection to the national grid. This one is supplied for electricity from the neighboring island, from a diesel generator. So their main interest was how much they can limit this import and how much more they can locally produce, and what would be the effects. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope this was interesting for you.
Thank you very much. I was asked by the organizer to just give you all a message. If you need to check the conference agenda, please check it on the online on the conference website. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our short coffee break, and we will meet here in 15, maybe 20 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back to the conference. I hope the coffee break was smooth and enjoyable. It's time for our panel discussion. First off, from today, the topic is how to make the planning process efficient and effective on local and regional level through involvement of energy poor and vulnerable people. And I would like to ask the panelists to take their positions. Daniela Vrtarić, Međimurje Energy Agency from Croatia. Slavica Robić, Northwest Croatia Energy and Climate Agency. Roman Kekec, Local Energy Agency Spodonje Podravje from Slovenia. Kristina Malčukova, Sia Valmerias, I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce it. I'm really sorry. I will do, you will do the honors. And Hector Pagan, Central Eastern European Sustainable Energy Network. The moderator of the panel discussion is Elis Vollmer from the University of Tartu from Estonia. Good luck.
Hello, thank you. You have to be nice and share this, and we will be nice and share. We have only 2 microphones, so, and then we can improvise how to get questions from the audience. Hi. Sitting down, I don't see the people in the back. Right, so I am Elis. I work in Estonian University of Tartu and actually a little bit also in Estonian University of Life Sciences with renewable energies. And until January, I was also the president of the CEESEU network. And after that, I continue as the member of the board. So that as a background and why I am here moderating this discussion. But before we get into the topic, I would actually like to get my fellow discussants to just say a few sentences about yourself. Where do you come from and what's your background? So that we understand who are these people who are here talking with us today.
Okay, thank you, Elis. So, hello to everyone. My name is Daniela Vrtarić. I work as Assistant Director at Međimurje Energy Agency. We are one of the pilot partners within the CEESEU project. We are handling the Međimurje County. This is the northernmost county in Croatia and also considered the smallest one. I'm engaged within the project from the very beginning and through my work at the agency, I already have 11 years of experience. I mainly applied and managed the projects dealing with energy poverty, sustainable energy and climate planning, energy efficiency and renewable energy usage. And also I'm engaging in different policy activities in the mentioned topics at the regional level, so I'm maintaining the relevant contacts with our local and regional stakeholders. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Slavica Robić. I'm Assistant Managing Director at REGEA. Our long name is Northwest Croatia Regional Energy and Climate Agency. And I'm here not only on behalf of REGEA, but also on behalf of City of Zagreb, who is one of our founders. So we have 4 founders, and in addition to City of Zagreb, we are founded by 3 counties, Zagreb County, Krapina-Zagorje County, and Karlovac County. As our name says, we are working on pretty much all of the topics from the energy field related to energy transition and sustainable energy, as well as climate change and adaptation to climate change. Personally, I've been working in the field of energy poverty since about 2009, so quite a while, and I'm looking forward to this discussion with the other colleagues.
Thank you. My name is Roman. I'm from the local energy agency of Spodnje Podravje from Ptuj, Slovenia, so not so far away from Zagreb. Well, funny fact, my background is construction engineer, so that's what you hear in the background, that's my fan club. But yes, I work now for like about 11 years in field of EU projects as a project manager at the agency. Currently, beside CEESEU-DIGIT, we're also involved in 2 projects dealing directly with energy poverty. The one is the Season family project called Season Bender. And the second one is cross-border. We work together with Manea. They are the lead partner of the project. So today I hope my experiences in two of these projects will help in this panel discussion. So thank you.
My name is Christina, and I work in SIA Valmieras Namsaimnieks. It's a multi-story black apartment houses maintenance company. I'm head of the department. So we are working directly to the people, organizing meetings, making decisions, and then make them to life, decisions, and renovating the houses. We are leaders in the region, renovated houses, and I'm here to tell you our good luck story with one small town in our region. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Hector. If we're this CEESEN family of projects, I guess I'm the daddy of the... I've been with CEESEN from the beginning. Now I'm the head of the CEESEN NGO. If she represents the local, I guess I'm supposed to be representing more on the EU level, or our voice to the EU. And my background is in social science, so I'm probably different than most people here. And hopefully I can give a perspective from the non-technical side of things.
Thank you. Right, and the goal why all of these very experienced people are sitting here is because we wanted to have a brief discussion about how we can make the planning process more efficient on local and regional level through this involvement of vulnerable and also energy poor people. Like you heard during the first session, several projects and the results from different activities were presented, and all of them circled around the engagement and actually getting input and making different stakeholders and different interest groups work together. And like I did in my openings presentation, I highlighted the need to also include the vulnerable groups in these discussions, because they are usually the first ones who will feel the effects of climate change, of adverse weather effects, of sharp transition in economy, or when the energy crisis hits. And that's why we should definitely take their needs into account and sort of like prevent bigger problems up on our pathway. I hope the hotel is improving their energy efficiency, or Roman's fan club is improving their energy efficiency here. Right, but in terms of just sort of like the first presentations, I think were a very nice background and warm up for discussion that we would like to have here. And without further ado, I would actually, before telling you what I think, I would like to get our panelists to maybe share their vision. Why should we even go through the trouble of trying to find those vulnerable groups and convince them to voice their opinions and talk about their needs and actually give their input? Why should the municipalities work with this? And do I have volunteers who, yeah, Daniela wants. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So first of all, I would say to include the vulnerable people and energy poor, this is a moral imperative for us all, especially for the municipalities. Although their inclusion may needs more effort or engagement, in my opinion, this can result in many benefits, especially for the municipalities and for the vulnerable groups. First of all, by including them in the process, we can make the policies more legitimate, more fair. We can hear their opinions, their need. We can tailor our solutions or measures to their especially to their needs. Also, through engagement of different expert stakeholders, we also can put together different knowledge, different expertise, which also can help in providing these tailor-made solutions, which are also in many cases effective. And the third thing I would say, in the last few years, many subsidies, many grants are also prioritizing this inclusive energy transition. So by using that funds or by tackling the energy poverty, the municipalities can unlock new funding opportunities.
I think Daniela covered most of the topics. I would just add one more benefit that is directly for the vulnerable groups. It's to empower them. So when they're included in the process, when they are given the voice, they're empowered not only by being able to give us the feedback, which Daniela elaborated very well, what we need to design policies, implement them, etc., to their needs, but they also learn in the process. They learn how to modify their behavior maybe to more extent than they already did, although vulnerable groups are usually quite good in energy saving in my experience, but they can always learn new things, they can learn new knowledge, and they can also become more active citizens of local community.
Okay, well, I think especially when we are talking about, let's say, those people at the edge of poverty, for example, it's, I think for a municipality, it's a matter of solidarity. It helps to reduce social exclusion. And if municipalities, well, let's say, acknowledging that there is a problem or an issue, and if they are willing to do something against that, well, they had to deal with this, because it also builds trust, and of course also municipalities' reputation, I would say. So very important factors. Building trust, it's a process of years or a constant process. Losing trust, it can be a matter of, I don't know, just a moment or something like that. So that's very important, I would say.
I can only say that involving one person in the house will activate all the house. Activating one house, you can activate the whole small town, and then so on.
So I would say, now it's, I guess, well, I can talk very loud anyway. So I would maybe take it broader and think of it from a regional perspective, that involving vulnerable groups more in these processes. One way to think of it is also, this is another step in terms of developing democracy in the region. Historically, it was mentioned before, very low levels of trust in the CEE region. So these types of efforts to engage all of the groups that are not normally represented in these processes is a way to both strengthen democracies in theory and also to improve trust that people might have in the state, that the state actually has their best interests in mind for them when they're operating. Many municipal workers, many public sector officials, their jobs become so much more difficult when citizens are resistant or don't trust that the state is doing what's in their best interests. And so if we can make an effort to involve these groups in these processes, even though it's really difficult to do so, which we'll get into, I think is very important as the region continues to evolve.
Thank you. I'm very glad that you all brought out very diverse reasons, and I think that the list is quite long. I would actually like to add one more reason here. At least based on my experience, engaging the people directly helps the local municipality sometimes get more in-depth data about these households that might sometimes be missing when we're just looking at the statistics. But there are different reasons and sort of like different phases for people being in the situation that they're in, and usually it's not voluntary, it is due to different circumstances. And sometimes it's also having an understanding what is the reasons behind it helps the local municipalities to tailor their responses better and long-term also save money. Because I mean, we all have limited budgets, unfortunately, when it comes to local municipalities. But I would actually just go forward from here in the sense of it is a little bit challenging to engage those people, but I think the key thing is to find them. And do you have any like good examples, or do you think like what are the best approaches in terms of identifying and mapping those specific households? Like what kind of data sources maybe are most reliable? Do we reach out to the communities themselves? How do we overcome the gaps that we have in the national level statistics? Do you have maybe some good opinions? Okay, good.
I can start just to disrupt the order of speaking. Yeah, so I can share my experience. Not all of it is related to City of Zagreb, but more in general. So in my opinion, usually the best approach first is to talk to people who know people. So it can be the social welfare providers, it can be the NGOs who work in the field directly with the vulnerable groups, or it can be pretty much any actor who actually knows who is facing which situation. Why is that? Because it's usually hard to get those vulnerable groups to open the door because of the trust issues that we heard before. And so you usually need some intermediary, somebody who will vouch for you and say, this is for your good, please listen to them, talk to them, provide information, and also say what will be the direct benefit for them for doing so. And after reaching those first few households in the area, what we have usually seen is like the snowball effect, especially if you're giving people something, some direct benefit they can feel immediately. Then people start coming to you and saying, oh, I heard you're doing household visits, we would be happy to share the data with you in exchange for this or that. But this works in small areas. So for large cities, it's of course larger effort because you need to have more of those intermediaries in more areas. But usually it's, in my opinion, it's the similar approach, just more difficult the larger the municipality, the local authority is.
I think it's easier maybe for us because we see the bills. We see the amount of benefits people are getting. So when we go and organize these meetings, the house meeting, we already know what the situation is how many people are maybe poorer, don't have that much money, so we can offer them maybe not renovate the house, but save a bit of money and do some kind of smaller maintenance jobs and save energy that way. Or we can tell them how to manage their waste so they could save some money. And in the meetings, they are speaking up too. And we give them power to make decisions. And that's how we gain trust, that we're not pushing them, we're not making them, we're not saying you have to do it. We're just telling them what are their chances and letting them decide which way to go.
Just a short add. So this would be one of the intermediaries I was mentioning. So local authorities usually need people like that. Yeah.
I just want to refer to Ms. Robic's comment. So, in doing our communication with our vulnerable groups, we definitely use the mediators. So we use the social workers working at the Social Welfare Institute, at people are working at the Red Cross, at local municipalities, and at the regional level. So with our regional government. By getting their data and by combining this knowledge with the additional general data sources, we had the possibility to make more exact estimates. And in the first year when we started to deal with energy poverty, we were mainly focusing on this general databases, which are not always updated, or they're also missing lots of information. But in these early stages, we just rely everything on estimates, and we all know how this slippery terrain this is. We have, especially if we don't have an unified methodology or exact data, but thanks to the institutions and thanks to the overall system, this is changing, and we have more opportunities to get the exact data.
Yes, maybe a practical example of mapping. In the project I mentioned, we work with Manea. One of the goals is to map energy poverty in all involved regions. So we are talking about 4 regions. And in our case, for example, there are 41 municipalities, but we are not focusing on municipalities, but on settlements in each of the municipalities. So if you imagine, in average, I don't know, 10 settlements in each of these municipalities, and there's a huge amount of data to be collected or analyzed. And the best data we get, or one of the approaches is to engage with the Red Cross, because they are delivering packages for the poor people, and they have data for settlements. Why settlements? Because if you look at a municipality in average, the results on energy poverty can look much better than if you look at the settlements, because maybe just one is in, let's say, an issue. And the problem gets, if you collect more in-depth data, it easily gets more sensible, and then there are many other factors which are causing not getting the data. And another point is what we discussed. It's a matter of vendor, and all other discussions we had is digital tools map. But again, it can be difficult. Maybe from country to country, it's a bit different, but it's difficult. We have one example from another region, how they identified. They were basically driving around and mapping the buildings in, let's say, the worst conditions. That's, yes. So it's many approaches.
I would just say that, so we've been talking a lot about energy poor households in particular, but I'm looking at how each of the different communities have been approaching it in this and some of our other projects. I would just remind also to be cognizant that, again, if we're thinking about this as not just as an energy poor problem, but as a access to political processes issue, that different communities have different cultural groups that may, for different reasons, be excluded or not part of these normal processes. Roma population was mentioned previously. Recently, migrant and refugee populations. Thinking, and this is basically going beyond just the data, because the data is very out of, even in a Estonia, which is a pretty high advanced data country, the data is quite inaccurate, that we find. So I think that there is no one perfect solution for every community. You should be thinking about who are the groups inside the community who don't normally have access to these to processes, whose voices are not necessarily heard, because they also might, in some cases, might be the most adversely affected by different transition processes.
Yes, I fully agree, although as an Estonian, I want to argue that our data isn't inaccurate, we just have gaps.
People list themselves living at different housing. Migrants aren't necessarily represented. It's when the data gets collected, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, statistical inaccuracies. Yes. I do agree, and those of you who have worked with me know that I am a very strong believer in good quality data and the importance of using data and making decisions based on the good quality data. And I do really believe that that helps us make more objective and more efficient decisions when it comes to, especially when we want to invest and maybe prioritize limited funds that we have on the municipal level, especially when it comes to maybe supporting energy poor households or other vulnerable groups that have been mentioned here today. But I actually, that's just from here on, I would maybe like to direct the topic a little bit towards the municipalities themselves. What do you think the municipalities are challenged the most when it comes to engaging the vulnerable groups? Like, where do they get stuck the most, or where are the bottlenecks, in your opinion, based on your experiences?
Yeah, I think there is not enough specialists, because to educate people, to bring them information, you need specialists. Because if somebody stands in front of them and talks about things that he doesn't or she doesn't understand, you can't bring it to the people, and then they lose trust. That's very important.
We discussed before the lack of data. So if they don't have enough data at the local level, they don't know how to build the solutions, how to tailor them to their needs. So this, in my opinion, is one of the, if not a key challenge.
I would also add to that it's sometimes a catch-22. So you need people to get the data, but you need the data to find the people. So it's usually quite hard where to start, how to start. I would say it's much easier to have the definition, which is for statistical purposes, than it is for the at the doorstep definition of energy poverty, which you actually need for delivering the measures. So for this first step of defining who are actually the vulnerable people in the municipality, in theory you need the data. But you don't have the data if you haven't found the people. So what municipalities often do, they start with those who they know they are like really vulnerable, and then try to progress from there further on and to expand to, and at the same time gather the data and provide the help. So it's, yeah, I would say it's tricky.
Yes, well, I would actually stick to the answer of lack of specialists, because engaging with vulnerable people is a bit different as, let's say, with all others. Other methods, different approaches needs to be taken. So we are doing this in our projects, trying to engage with people, but it's even we are like learning by doing. So we try to engage with them, see if it works. If it doesn't work, try to find another solution or method. But that's definitely a problem, because it's a very difficult focus area and needs specialists on that. Yes. Yep. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I absolutely agree with the specialist issue, because a lot of, in the municipality, they understand about the climate, they understand about energy, they can advise technical issues and permits and everything, but the vulnerable groups, very often you need to talk to them in a little bit more delicate way. And the social workers who very often know how to talk to them lack the technical information. So having somebody who has understanding about both sides and can be included and understands really like the core characteristics of the energy poverty in the region is very, very crucial. But I mean, especially when it comes to small municipalities, I think it's very challenging to just, you can't just keep hiring more people to address the issues in your small municipalities. But I know, I believe, and I actually know that there are a lot of good examples. And maybe you want to share some good examples or good experiences that you have had in terms of what works when we're talking about working with and engaging with vulnerable groups.
Yeah, that is the story I wanted to tell you. So we had this situation in 2022. We have a small town called Seda, and it has 28 houses, the apartment houses in it. So in 2002, a previous manager just said, I have enough, and left. So as our company is 100% owned by a municipality, we had to take them over. So 27 houses in 1 month time. And I have to say there's lots of people that are Russian-speaking people that are still kind of living in Soviet Union time. So when we just started the first meetings, they were awful. They were screaming, they were fighting between themselves. So it was very hard. But we kept organizing meetings. We kept telling them to come to us and talk and explain and talk. So the houses, as you imagine, were in a very bad condition. And then we started making small decisions, started saving a bit of money. So they saw that the money is not going away anywhere, that it's there, and that they can do small bits and pieces. From this year, we hired a local activist as a customer service. So he's local, so the people trust him. And now it's 2.5 years since we started, and 9 of those houses want to renovate. And one is actually done all the documentation, and it's going to start actually the building job this year. So yeah, we are very happy.
No more good examples.
So, Roman mentioned one project on which we are working together. It's a cross-border project with Slovenia. In the frame of the project, we combine this DIGIT project with the e-product project. This is the acronym, and we made the home visits to the households, so to the households who are mainly been receiving the social welfare benefits, their addresses were provided by our Social Welfare Institute, by the social workers working there. Of course, applying these GDPR rules and everything else, we all know we are talking about a sensitive group of people who would like to keep low profile. So we scheduled the meetings, these home visits, but before every meeting, we asked our social workers to contact them, to let them know that we will come. But in order to be sure that we will receive any kind of feedback from them, the social workers went with us to the houses, and these changes changed everything. So they were open to us. They were eager to find what they can do to provide better living for themselves. Also, in many cases, I don't know, we get there first, and they even didn't want to open us the door. They waited for the social worker to come, and only then they were opened to us. So by that time, their mistrust and...
Yeah, I can also share our example. It's a bit different. I admire what you guys do, because I think this is the hardest as a manager, like to control how the situation goes in such a group of people. We as an energy agency don't do such work, but we do engage vulnerable groups in collaboration with local authorities. And I can share one example from one of the projects we are currently implementing as a partner for Croatia called Renewable, where we are working with 2 local authorities. One is a municipality of Žumberak, which is one of the most vulnerable areas in Croatia. They're under a special state protection because of their overall vulnerability. And the other one is neighboring, much better off city of Sveta Nedelja. And in those 2 areas, we collaborated with local action groups and local authority representatives to reach 15 or 16 households to gather data, but also to provide them with energy certificates. So this was a way to get in, because in Croatia you need an energy certificate to be able to apply for national funding. And one of those houses already applied to the general funding scheme for energy retrofit of the family houses. The other ones didn't, because the general funding offers up to 60%, whereas they usually cannot cover the 40%. But now, at the moment, there is a call for expression of interest for energy poverty issued by our national fund. And now we are supporting those households to apply to that fund, because what we found in working with those households and also organizing workshops in those areas where the other households attended who wanted to, they have three major issues. One is finances, so they cannot cover 40% of funding even if they get the national grant. Second one is being able to fill in the application form to get the national funding. And the third is specifically for remote areas like Juras, they actually get much higher quotes from construction companies than they do in larger, more dense areas because they're so remote. So a contractor needs to travel 2.5 hours for Zagreb for one small family house. Of course, their quote is gonna go up. So now we are trying to find a solution for them through other projects that we're implementing, citizen-led renovation. Maybe they can do a grouped application and get the quotation lower, because if the contractor is doing 6 or 7 houses in the area, it's more doable. And also what we did in organizing the workshop so anybody could come, we had experts, we had local authority representatives, but also regular citizens. We let the discussion go in the way where they wanted to go. So we had presentations, prepared everything, but then the questions started about the topics that I mentioned, like, oh, we get the quotations much higher, how can we get them lower? Or I don't understand my energy bill, can you help me read it? So that proved to be quite successful to get their interest and trust. Just forget what we prepared and let them steer and provide them the answers that they actually need. Yeah. Yes.
I remember that I actually have, well, in my old life, back in when I still lived in New York, I was a property manager. And in the South Bronx, affordable housing. We were doing gut renovations of 6 buildings. And my job was to get people to move out of their apartments so that we could renovate the buildings and then move them back. And their apartments were in terrible, terrible shape. And yet the resistance was so high amongst people because they didn't want to leave where they were used to living. And I remember one older gentleman in particular. He lived alone, but he had a second bedroom, and I met with him. He's a very nice, respectful guy, and he said that he didn't want to move because his son was going to come back, and he was waiting for his son, and then I thought that was strange because I had been to his place a few times and never saw another person there. Didn't know what he was talking about. So I started asking around, and it turned out that his son was in the military and was killed in action many years before, and he was still waiting for this dead son to come back, and he just didn't want to move. And I had to go meet with him 9-10 times, and then finally he agreed that he would move, but only if I was there helping him move. Like, you know, because I was the person he trusted, and then eventually he moved. And it just goes to show that there's all kinds of reasons for why people are afraid to engage in these types of processes. The same sorts of things that cause them to not be part of these political processes in the first place are the same reasons why they're maybe not the easiest people to engage with, and it goes to the idea that having specialists or even just having people who have the time. I know our partners are so busy. Having a person who can just go, and if I didn't meet with him 10 times, he would never have moved. And so it's a lot of it is building up this bond of trust between people. So that's my experience.
Yes, building trust, it takes time. And when you just start working on it, it's difficult, or well, it's impossible to expect instant results. In Bender, we organized 2 workshops for the multi-partner building owners or residents there it was in 2 municipalities, so 2 different workshops. We thought that would be maybe an easy job to invite them. So in one case we put the invitations on the message boards of the multi-apartment buildings at the entrance. It didn't work well. Second, we went a bit further, so we invited per postal service. It also didn't run well. So by one case inviting like, I don't know, 500 households. The second case about 900, and less than 10 people showed up. But in the first workshop, actually two elected local politicians came there. One was a municipal council member, one was a local councillor, and they were very motivated to move from point zero in terms of renovating the buildings there. So they were very, very cooperative. We had this long discussion even after the workshop for more than an hour, and they're very motivated. We kind of engage with them, and they are calling us, asking for how we progress with our activities. And in terms of those vulnerable people, I would say they already built trust, so that's our link for all further activities in terms of engaging with people. So we hope for better results now in the future.
Thank you. I do like that we actually in our discussion arrived at the level of a human being, just one person very often, and this is where it comes to building the trust. Is I think it's absolutely fully connected to their need to being seen and heard, and it also gaining the understanding that they will not be abused or put into a even more difficult position that they are already in. And so having this trust, and I think it probably is a quite fragile thing. I think it's very important for the municipalities and also different organizations who work with them to keep in mind the sort of psychological needs of those people, of that somebody comes and shows that they care, and that they're not just being forced to do something that they're not ready to do, and they're not forced to do something that they are absolutely opposed to. So having that element in green transition activities, I think it's very important. And sometimes it's maybe easy or comfortable to overlook. And we just want to rush it through and fill our quotas and our goals. But talking to the people and taking that time is challenging, but I think it is very important. The moderator hasn't notified me that we are running out of time. Very good. So before I actually move on to my final question, I actually thought that maybe somebody in the audience wants to ask something. Do you have any ideas? Ewa, I'm going to share my microphone.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question because I was wondering, and actually I also encountered this topic challenge before. So basically, the term itself, energy poverty or being energy poor, there is some kind of hesitation to the people like we are trying to kind of explain them this is the situation, but actually they don't want to hear this. Have you encountered such a thing?
Very good question. Volunteers? Who wants to answer?
Well, you never tell a poor person they're poor. I mean, I would just say that. You know, there's a reason why we develop all kinds of euphemisms. You know, you say low income instead of poor, for example, but I don't know, maybe others have more direct experience.
You don't tell them that they're poor, you just tell them how to get richer.
Yes, solution-oriented, very good.
I personally haven't had such problems until the moment you ask people to speak up. And like, I don't know, if you have TV or some media who wants to get an interview, and then they have a problem because they don't want to come out as being energy poor. But when you say we need data on energy poverty, or there is a grant for energy poor to which you may be eligible, I did not have any problems with that since 2009. They are willing and they know they need help. But it can be challenging then to get them speak up under this label. So then it's either finding those who are brave enough or reframing it, like it was said, calling it something else.
They actually do know that they're energy poor. They all know.
Yeah, they just don't want the label on their face, you know. Thank you. Do you have time for one more question? Okay, one more. Do we have one more question in the audience? No? Then I get to ask. Very good. As a sort of like maybe motivating or inspiring, I would like all of you to very briefly think that what should the municipalities do to keep engaging the vulnerable groups, so that, and also keep them in the loop of the progress of these activities that are going on, because I believe that we should not only involve them in the planning process, because they should also be, you know, you should keep this trust. And I think by keeping the trust, it comes with regularly checking in with them and giving them feedback and talking to them. Do you have, like, how would you approach it based on your experience, or are there some good ways to do it?
Can I go first? Because I'm going to be negative. So then the inspiration can come afterwards. I would just say that we should be realistic. Setting very realistic goals about who you can engage. I think the reality is that over time, especially with the energy poverty topic being layered on top of what is already the responsibility of regional energy agencies, you're increasingly asking organizations to do things that they're not really were designed to do in the first place. When you start getting into a lot of these social issues, when you start getting into all of these other, you know, in my case, the example I gave, this person is dealing with grief and loss and has psychological issues. So I think it's very important that if more resources aren't going to be allocated for these things, that tough choices have to be made by the municipalities in terms of who they can effectively engage. Because, you know, I gave this nice inspirational story that I went 10 times to meet with this one person, but that was 10 times that I could have been meeting with other people and doing other things. So there's this opportunity cost that's there. So it shouldn't be used as an obstacle to engaging, but being realistic about what we can effectively achieve, and also advocating and not being afraid to say that we need more resources for this. If you want us to start taking on this more of a social service function, then resources should be allocated for that, as opposed to just giving us the same amount of money that we have previously, but to ask us to do more. So that's my little negative. Now hopefully everyone will say more optimistic or positive things.
I'll be optimistic. We will be continuing working We have started to organize these not just house meeting, but little town meetings, just to tell them what are their opportunities. They can choose us as a managers. They can manage their houses themselves, or pick other options. Tell them about their chances to renovate the houses. It's not that you're farther away from the regional center that you can do it. You can. And if you need help, we're there for you. And we always, when we take over the house and start working with it, we find the leader in the house. Or if they are scared, we find the group of leaders. And then it's working that way. It's very important that one person can bring the whole house up. Yeah.
Very good. Yes, you can give it to Roman.
Yes. Well, in terms of building trust and in the sense of a municipality, I think it's not just building trust in a specific situation. For example, when we talk, I don't know, developing climate plans or something, the whole baseline must be a trustful baseline. So municipalities must do much more than just engage in this specific situation. There's a lot that can be done for a trustful baseline. For example, the municipal public organization organizing events for youth, for elder people, trainings, sports events, whatever. It all counts. And but it takes, as Hector said, huge amount of resources, not just finances, but also human will to do it. So that's something needs to be considered, I think.
I would just add, I don't think it's all about engaging, but it's more about providing them with tools and resources how to actually get out of energy poverty. And if local authorities or national authorities or anybody who can provide them such mechanisms actually do that and start doing that, then the trust will come, then the engagement will come, and everything will get much easier. I can say about the current example we have in Croatia, which is that the National Fund for Energy Efficiency now changed the approach. So last time they had a call for funding energy poverty retrofits. It was 100% funded, but it was the first and last time in history of Croatian public funding for energy retrofits that the funds were not 100% utilized. And why was that? Because it didn't reach all of the vulnerable groups. It really dependent on the capability of local social welfare office, because it was going through them, to find those people, to support them in application, etc. And now they're getting it done the other way. So they're trying to identify first who the people are through this call of interest, and they involve all of us, energy agencies, local authorities, NGOs, etc., to try to find those people to fill in the questionnaire, and then they will shape the public call based on the data and expression of interest, and they will also provide funding for third parties to guide those people through the process, and hopefully it will work out. I think this is the way you need, as a local authority or national authority, to provide the measures and mechanisms that target those who need the support and to make the support accessible. And then people will engage.
Yes, I'm the last one. So I just want to, since Ms. Roberts mentioned the tools and everything else connected to that, so in my opinion we should provide regular events with the vulnerable groups, workshops, consultation forums. We have to try to engage them even more to make the overall process sense to them, but also rely on a different means of communication from social media. We know the social media are nowadays very popular, very used, especially also by those group of people. So we should try to be clear with our messaging, transparent with the process, and continue to do that in order to build the trust even more.
Thank you. Transparency. I like that a lot. I think it's very crucial in terms of building and keeping the trust. And I think one thing that I started thinking about more and more when I was listening to the examples that you were giving is empowering those people so that they can take responsibility for themselves and providing the support based on their needs. So it's like adapting this large theoretical concept of how to support energy poor people, but actually adapting it to their needs and being there for them and having access to that help so that when they feel ready to make the move, that they know who to ask and who will help them make the move. Right, but the moderator is already breathing down my neck. Sorry for going a little bit over time, but I think it's a very important topic and very interesting topic to talk about how the technical, environmental and social aspects and economic also come together in between in this green transition process. And I thank you very much for your attention, and thank you panelists for your very interesting insights. And I think now it's time for lunch. It's time to hand over the microphone, sorry.
Thank you very much. Elis, thank you our panelists. And now before I announce the lunch, just one more information, please. If somebody of you didn't sign the checklist on the entrance of the hall, please do it now on your way out, because it's time for lunch. Lunch is held, you go straight out of the conference room by the reception on your left side and straight forward. I think the path is marked. So see you here at 2 p.m. and bon appetit. Hello everyone, thank you for coming back. I hope the lunch was great and good. We will continue with our program. How are national energy and climate plans linked to local and regional planning? The next presentation will be given by Max Beijneveld, Policy Coordinator at Climate Alliance. As a policy coordinator, he amplifies cities' needs and challenges on the European stage while helping them accelerate their climate resilience strategies. Max, where are you? Oh, here you are. Here you go.
Thank you so much. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I'm honored to kind of get you guys off your feet from the ground again, because I think it's hard to beat a panel discussion that was was sharing so many deeply personal stories, and I think in a way that is very humbling. Because, I don't know, when I talk, I work for Climate Alliance, which is a city network representing about 2,000 cities in Europe. And we are based in Brussels. But when I talk to the European Commission, they see me as somebody with, boots on the ground. I'm the one, telling them what is happening actually on the ground, right? But then, when I'm looking at the people who are, I think was it Christina, who are actually going to house to these energy poverty households, and actually talking and seeing these people, then obviously I'm woken up and saying, to what extent do I actually know what is happening on the ground? Nevertheless, after having such a really great discussion on bottom-up approaches, I do think there is also power in knowing what's happening on the EU level. So I'm really taking you from that local level and pulling you up to the Green Deal and the EU policy, because that is what I do, that is my expertise. Because knowing what's in the Green Deal and know what kind of legislations, measures and policy measures are in this Green Deal, you can hold national governments accountable and make sure that you get the resources that you need to make sure that you are able to engage people on the ground, that you continue with these programs long-term or short-term, depending on what your objectives are. Maybe some of you will recognize things, and maybe some of you will learn some new things as well. So in the end, I'm talking about dissecting the Green Deal, and I wanted to start off with a nice, can I go next, or where's the pointer? Oh yeah, I got it. Oh yeah. So yeah, it's obviously the dissecting, right? The verb dissecting means taking apart, and I saved you a frog, because that's what we normally talk about after lunch. So it's about dissecting the Green Deal. So flowers are all about pollinating. So and the reason that I took this as a metaphor is that EU policy, but also national policies and national Green Deals, but also local policies can influence each other. And flowers are a great metaphor because they are self-pollinating organisms, right? There's the male and the female part, and they're organized. But they pollinate each other, and that is a good thing. But before we have that pollination, that self-pollination between different levels of policy, between different multi-level of policies, we need to take it apart. And that's what I'm going to try to do today. So this is a quick show of hands. I wonder if I'll get you to raise your hands, but I think I'm actually not going to ask you to raise your hands, because I think it's just a bit dull. But I think, oh fuck, again. Yeah, I'm like, who likes this flower? No, but no, wait, there we go. There we go. Anyway, so these are things that you can possibly think of the Green Deal, right? What does it mean? And I think several things you can say about the Green Deal. It is maybe vital, but a distance to many people. It is full of jargon. That is very much true. We're talking about vulnerable groups. We're talking about affordable energy acts, energy buildings, directives, etc. But at the same time, it is also full of opportunity, right? So in the essence, the Green Deal is about a bit all of the above. But I want to talk mostly about opportunity, but obviously I'm going to use a lot of jargon doing so. So in the end, what is the Green Deal again? The Green Deal is obviously its flagship, the flagship initiative from the Green Deal, but it is more than just it's more than just regulations and laws. It is a policy framework that guides, of course, the EU towards a more sustainable future and to be carbon neutral in 2050. But is it actually still relevant? And I think this is something that is part of your news as well, of your national governments. Obviously, there's this kind of kind of pulling back of EU political parties on the Green Deal after the report of Draghi. There's obviously this kind of watered down deal now, which is called the Omnibus package. And what does it actually mean for local authorities? Does the Green Deal still hold as an opportunity, or has it drastically changed? And the reason I'm talking about this omnibus package, maybe some of you know it is the word of omnibus comes from the word bus for all. It was the first form of public transportation in Paris. In 1823 it was introduced. But I think it's a misleading political name, because in the end I think, yes, it is for all member states, but the omnibus regulation means really a watered down deal, but it means literally that most of the EU regulation is removing red tape, mostly for small and medium-priced enterprises, small and medium-sized enterprises, but much it is focusing on municipalities and public authorities as such. Yeah, so these are a couple of the things that have been changed. I think that I'm not going to go a bit more into detail, because I think it's not super relevant for today. But then you have an idea of what this kind of EU omnibus regulation package means. It means literally that enterprises are less accountable for reporting on their sustainability activities, if it means importing different groups from outside of the EU, or making sure that they report on their activities to the EU. But another kind of legislative package that was introduced during the same time, which was during February, I think February 2025, is the Clean Industrial Deal. And it is something that is relevant for local authorities. Mainly the third and the fourth bullet point. And that is the Affordable Energy Action Plan. We've talked a lot about making sure about empowering local citizens. And the Affordable Energy Action Plan does that because it introduces new measures to support and to introduce energy communities also in regions and neighborhoods where there's a lot of energy poverty. So that is a big win. And another thing is about simplify public procurement processes, but at the same time that prioritizes European companies in the clean tech sector, locally, nationally, and on a European level. And the reason I'm talking about these things is, like, yes, so the Green Deal is still very relevant for the local level, but what does it mean locally? You know, what kind of policy measures can you take? What kind of actions can you take locally that kind of derive their power and their opportunity from this Green Deal? And I'm obviously representing a city network, so I'm going to share a couple of really inspiring examples from bigger cities in Europe that take up this kind of legislation from the Green Deal and translate it to local policies that can be implemented also on the on the local and the smaller municipalities as such. I'm really struggling with this. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, fuck. Before that, sorry for my language, I actually want to dive in the actual Green Deal. This is what I promised you. I was like, I need to skip this stuff. No, but so some of the, I'm really taking these things apart. Obviously, we talked about kind of the bigger kind of framework, but what is actually in the Green Deal for local authorities? So that is something that I'm here to tell you today. And how can we use this kind of legislation, these policy frameworks on the local level. So one of the things is obviously the Energy Efficiency Directive, which states that that municipalities or the public sector needs to reduce their energy consumption by 1.9% annually Municipalities need to energy renovate at least 3% of heated or cooled buildings, and cities with more than 45,000 inhabitants need local heat and cooling plans. Then some really crucial things that were mentioned in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, part of the Green Deal, is that from 2028, all new buildings, public buildings owned by public authorities, and in 2030, all new buildings need to be zero energy buildings. Public building roofs must be equipped with solar panels where feasible, and obviously you can use these public buildings also for energy communities locally and to tackle energy poverty. And also very much important, and this is something also we dealt with in the CEESEU-DIGIT project, is that we need one-stop shops for energy performance of buildings for each 80,000 inhabitants within the EU and at least one per region. There we go. And then the EU Net Zero Regulation Law, which is not so much around energy, but turns a lot more about regreening in urban centers. So in post-2030, we need to ensure an increase in both urban green space and in tree canopy cover. By 2040, we need an increase in green space for 3% per year. And in total, we need to, the EU has the ambition to restore at least 25,000 kilometers of rivers to free-flowing rivers. Then the final slide with objectives from the Green Deal is the Electricity Market Design Directive. Local public authorities need to invest in energy sharing possibilities. One of the really nice examples is social leasing, which was launched in Paris recently, where there's a supporting plan, it's a subsidy plan where people of lower income households are able to rent electric vehicles on a monthly basis because they don't have the upfront cost to pay for an electric vehicle. And then the EU Ambient Air Quality Directive is that they all municipalities need to update air quality plans by 2030. Anyway, so these are the details, right? And I think it is important, obviously it's quite boring, like to see all these objectives here, but I think it is important to be aware of them because you can make them and you use them when you talk to national authorities and say like, hey, we need to realize these goals, so we need money to realize them. But in the end, local authorities are the ones realizing this on the ground. So this is the fun part. So from policy to practice. So slowly we're going from the top, we're going to the bottom. How to translate this to local actions and mainly to local policy measures. But before this, because I think this is actually quite nice, you kind of had the opportunity to see one of these policy measures. You have seen the different kind of directives that instate certain objectives. I want to make this a bit more interactive. So what we're gonna ask you is that in the coming 1 minute, talk to your neighbor, introduce yourself quickly if you don't know each other, and talk and share a challenge on one of these topics that are covered in the Green Deal on energy, nature, waste, or transport, and share your biggest challenge with your neighbor or the person sitting in the back of you in 1 minute, and then I'll come back to you and I'll pick a couple of you, pick your brains, and you can share it with the group. So 1 minute, talk to your neighbor, and then we'll come back to the group. We start. Okay, yeah. I will probably need 10. If that's okay. 10. Okay, fine. All right. All right. All right. That was nice. That was nice. That was nice. Okay, round up and then I'll come back here. All right. Thank you guys. Okay, that was, I like that you were able to talk. Can somebody share something that they didn't expect it to hear? Or that was new to them? A challenge that kind of surprised them? Or otherwise I'm going to call you out. But no, anything? Nothing surprising because you're all specialists, right? Yuri, what did you talk about? Cars and cities, yeah. Good, bad? Somebody else? From the back there? Martin, what did you talk about? Waste? Like what kind of waste? Yeah. Nice, yeah. Yeah, it's problematic, eh? Yeah. Yeah, that's so, okay, anyway, so I'm happy you had a little chat. So how we're going to solve it, the waste problem? Another minute, another one. True, okay, I'm not going to give you that, but we're going to do that in the coffee break. I just heard I just have 6 minutes left, so I will finish up here. So let me see. So yeah, I'm going to skip all this kind of stuff that is interesting, but a bit. I'm going to go to the nice example. So, yeah, so one of the things that I just want to share a couple of examples that you can copy in like literally everywhere. So I lived in, we're talking about cars. So a big problem in Paris. I lived in Paris. I started my career in Paris working for UNESCO in 2015. And I used to run during lunches. There was a shower in the office building I was working. And the thing is that there was an alarm. There was a smoke alarm. It was Beijing, in Paris, Beijing. Like people were advised to not go on the streets in Paris because it was unhealthy to do so. It was the same year that Anne Hidalgo, the socialist mayor, or I think the progressive mayor, was chosen, and she's still mayor today. And she made it her goal, her ambition, to reduce the amount of smoke in the air pollution in the air, and change the city from a car-free cities. And the 1990s, is obviously these pictures that can be manipulated. This is just a regular day where people are traffic going to their work, and this is probably a Sunday, who cares? But she did some great things. And it's such a simple measure, right? It's about what she did. She said, I'm just going to reduce the amount of parking spots in the city of Paris. And over a 10-year period, she reduced the amount of parking spots in the city by 70,000 and gave them back to bicycles, gave them back to parks. So that's in total about 50% of all parking spots in the city were disappeared. And obviously the air quality has improved tremendously. People are taking to bikes that haven't taken bikes before. Also, March 2025, there was also a referendum where they asked the people of Paris to vote to make another 500 streets car-free. And and they voted for it. Unfortunately, also with very little people actually coming to the referendum. But in the end, another 10,000 parking spots were removed. And about 12% of the city will be with car-free streets in Paris, right? So this is crazy. And this is obviously one of those business measures that you can take. Yeah, anyway, so I thought it was a very inspiring thing. And obviously this is mandated, right? This is a direct and targeted policy measure that you can copy almost every year. Then another really interesting example that kind of relates to another kind of Green Deal law, obviously the EU ambient air quality law related to the previous example and was about transport. And this is in Amsterdam, the city that I come from. This is the example of the rainwater ordinance. This was a local law, so it's a direct law specifically focused on a certain topic and an issue, which is a lot of stormwater was falling down, but strategic, because the people themselves and the owners of companies or buildings, private and public, were able to realize and to abide to this law according to their choosing. And what was this rainwater ordinance about? So the reason why this kind of rainwater ordinance came to be is obviously that there was a lot of rainfall because of climate change. There's more rain falling down than before in large and intense quantities. But also the reason that they wanted to do is, it was not only because of the increased rainfall, it was also because Amsterdam experienced an 11% decrease in green space due to urban densifications. More buildings needed to be built. But the idea behind this urban ordinance was there's so much space on roofs to grow green plants and trees, but at the same time also capture water in the moments where there's a lot of stormwater falling down in very specific short time periods with high quantities. So what they said is that new buildings and buildings structurally renovated must capture and manage the first 60 millimeters per square meter of rainfall per hour, either through infiltration, so opening up the stones of your garden, or to capture it on the roofs or in any way that was possible. So this was also a really interesting law that they used. Then I think final one is how much time I have? Yeah, okay, 2 minutes. And then this was green procurement in Oslo. Also an indirect and strategic measure. I'll share with you what I meant with that later on, but it's just another way of kind of approaching a policy measure, not per se through mandating it, but to make it more open to abide to it. This was green procurement in the city of Oslo, very specific. The problem also was, it started in 2019, 62% of Oslo's greenhouse gas emissions came from transport, and more than 25% of that total is attributed to construction vehicles and machinery. And what they did, they started to mandate in their procurement that the people working for municipality and reconstructing stuff in the streets actually needed to start using zero-emission machinery. And what happened is that from 2009 to 2019, 60% reduction of emissions was achieved, and by 2023, 77% of the machinery deployed in municipal construction-wise was zero emission, and 2025 it will be full zero emission. Final example, and I think this is kind of bringing it back down to the ground, bringing it back down to the conversation that we have of going to people. This is actually a campaign made by Climate Alliance, which is an indirect but targeted campaign of going to kind of, we all obviously have this one-stop shop idea where people have to go to a one-stop shop to ask for electricity advice, but what you have been doing also with energy poverty work is really going to the houses and subsidizing energy advice that is from a municipality level and going to the houses and informing people, giving them the information to make those decisions based on them. Because most of the time, as we heard as well from the discussions here before, it's just lack of information that they're not taking action. Not only the energy poverty households, but also just people who have the money but just don't know. So this energy caravan policy measure, what it do, so it was a consulting campaign, so literally we organized it for municipalities, but like thousands of houses were approached by actually experts on energy consultation, and about 12,000 were conducted for households. And what the result was is that at least 70,000 privately owned buildings underwent energy efficient retrofits as a result of the campaign. The rate increased, so the energy caravan led to an increase in the renovation rate up to 15% on a neighborhood basis compared to the German average of 1%. And energy savings, on average, the individual retrofits achieved a 50% reduction in energy consumption and in greenhouse emissions. So that was a really great results. Anyway, going back and kind of finishing the conversation, is that I want to, we're going to continue, but I think I want you to kind of reflect on what we've heard and kind of write down one Green Deal goal or one kind of policy measure that you've heard today, and maybe that you'll revisit when you return home, and one small step you'll take to move it forward. So that is my final closing to you, and yeah, that was it. Sorry for taking a bit longer. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Take the laptop. Thank you, Max. The objectives of the social Fund for Climate Policy are to mitigate the impact of the green transition on vulnerable groups of citizens and micro-enterprises, and to improve their quality of life and business. As the same ultimate goal, it is important to achieve the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Ana Juras from the Croatian Ministry of Environment Protection and Green Transition will present Social Climate Plan, New Opportunities for Fair Transition. Where is Ms. Juras? Oh, you are here. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Thanks first for inviting me for this presentation and this opportunity to present the work we did with the measures and investments in the Social Climate Plan that we are now preparing since July last year. Max already told us something about the introduction into why. Okay, why are we doing this? So, European Green Deal and the new legislative package for 55 set up some new goals for the reduction of CO2 emissions. So, with this, we got some new sectors that were introduced into the emission trading systems. I will try to go. Sorry, or am I too fast? Or this is too slow for me. Jel jako stisneš? Ok, možda sam prenježna. Okay, sorry for this. So, as I said, some new goals were set. The maritime sector was also included in the EU ETS 1. And we are also introducing the new sectors in the new ETS system that is being established right now. The emissions from the buildings, road transport, and additional sectors are also now being included into the ETS, but this will be the separate system. To fight the impacts of the ETS2 system, European Commission proposed the new fund that will be financed from the revenues from auctioning of allowances. So we are now having the Social Climate Fund, which will invest in finance measures and investments that will try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but more importantly, reduce energy poverty and the new definition that we have, transport poverty. Okay, let's see. So we have. So we have some new ETS regulated entities, 82 of them, which are the suppliers of liquid fuels, gas suppliers, and the suppliers of some solid fossil fuels that mostly use citizens and commercial or smaller energy companies. The Social Climate Fund will be the key initiative that will play a role in supporting the vulnerable citizens and facilitating their transition to the climate neutrality across all EU. I already mentioned that the objectives of the Social Climate Fund is to reduce the number of energy poor citizens, that is households, and also the micro-enterprises, and also the people that are living in mobile poverty. And the one overarching goal of the whole story is the reducing of the greenhouse gas emissions. What is important to mention here is that all the measures will be targeted to the vulnerable citizens and vulnerable micro-enterprises, but some of the beneficiaries of the fund also can be other companies that will offer services or products that will use in the end these vulnerable groups that I already mentioned. Okay, of course, to mention that there is from the 55 legislation package, the regulation EU that establishes the Social Climate Plan, and this is the main legislation that defines all the needed work done to get it going now and something that I will mention later, that is something that is called Social Climate Plan. This is the document that we are now preparing and which will have all the measures and investment that we will introduce to help vulnerable citizens, households, and the micro enterprises go through this green transition more easily. What is important, that we have two components. One is measures and investment. These are the structural measures. And the second one is direct income support, which will help only in mitigating the negative consequences, that is the rise in the prices of fossil fuels that will come with the introduction of the ETS2 system. And also all the measures and investments need to abide by the DNSH principle, which is now common for all the EU funds that are being implemented in Croatia and other EU countries. What is also important to mention, that social climate plan contains some of the mandatory parts. Those are the set of indicators, contextual outputs and results indicators. We have to prove how we apply the definition of energy poverty and transport poverty. We have to put the estimated costs of the implementing the plan, that is the costs of each measure and investment in the plan. We can use some existing measures, but we can also introduce new measures, which is also being done. Also, with how are we going to implement the plan, we'll show the milestones and targets that we show what is being implemented and in which time, that is, what is the dynamic of the measures implementation. Then we have to prove and show the summary of the public consultations that we are holding. This is something that is, I think, being introduced with this social climate plan for the first time. It is required to have the wide scope of stakeholders included in the preparation of the plan. And not just that the government makes the plan, puts it on the e-consultation portal that we have, 1 month, and that is all. So we have to prove in the plan how we implemented all that we have received as feedback from the citizens, from all the wide stakeholder group that we are including, and we are also planning to hold 4 regional workshops in Croatia in regards to this. Also, what is the impact assessment of the introduction of the EU ETS, that is, how is EU ETS 2 impacts handled in the measures and investments, or how they actually solve the issue with the rising of the prices. And of course, if we introduce the direct income support, then we have to prove what are the criteria for the citizen who will be eligible to receive this direct income support. I apologize a little bit because this presentation looks like Frankenstein made it, because I put together 2 presentations, but okay. I forgot to translate the title here. So what the social climate plan needs to show in it. So it has to show how we will support the vulnerable household, transport users, and micro enterprises, how we will mitigate the effect of the introduction of the EU ETS2, and how we will enable these investments in energy efficiency and clean mobility. And beneficiaries or final beneficiaries, as I already mentioned, are vulnerable households. Vulnerable households are those that are low income, older people, and other vulnerable persons who may be disproportionately affected by the transition that is green transition. We also have vulnerable micro enterprises. Those are the enterprises that have a large part of the costs that from the fossil fuel use. Those are that we identified as vulnerable, and also who will become the beneficiary of a direct income support that will enable more accessible, more affordable transport that is clean public transport, but also some other forms of transport that I will show a little bit later in the measures and investments that we have. So these are the first three selected measures. To tackle energy poverty, sorry, this is the third one. First one for the energy poverty, renovation of family houses with the worst energy properties. The second one is local capacity building and support to the one-stop shops, that is single points of contact. And the third one is the upgrade of the social housing measure. This third measure is already being implemented in Croatia through the RRF plan. So this is something that we already have prepared, it's already being scanned. So this measure will be one of the first ones that we will try to implement from the social climate plan. Next, I will show the measures that we have to tackle the mobility poverty. I just need to say here that we did have some last-minute change in the proposed measures that we already have had public consultations about, but I will also mention the measures that were left out and new measure that was added. So the first measure is encouraging cycling in urban, peri-urban and rural areas, with mostly focusing on faraway areas. The second is improving the public transport accessibility and also in peri-urban, rural and remote areas. Third one, establishment and management of on-demand mobility services. This is something that is being done in Croatia for the first time. There are really little, low number of this kind of services that are offered in Croatia. So we are counting on social climate plan that will get going this kind of measures also in the future. And as you see, this is a little bit lighter, fourth and fifth measure, which are support to the purchase of zero-emission vehicles for vulnerable households and vulnerable micro-enterprises. These two measures were now, for the time being, left out. And the sixth measure, a further development of railway infrastructure on local and regional lines. So this means now not national lines, but the local and regional that already exist, but they need some further development or reconstructuring. And two other measures that we have that will encompass all the direct income support, that is vouchers for the prices of natural gas, and also education and awareness raising. In general, what are the eligible measures and investments from the social climate plan? So those are those that investments in energy efficiency of buildings, decarbonizing heating and cooling of the buildings, investments in clean mobility, and direct income support. This is something more about the first measure. So the investment of renovation of family houses will encompass integral, in-depth, or comprehensive restoration. It depends on the state of the house, that is. There will be also some individual measures that will be implemented if the house satisfies other criteria that the energy class of the house, or if it has some other measures already done recently. So this includes also measures on the outer reach of envelope or installation of new technical systems on renewable energy. What is the purpose of this measure? Improving the living conditions. It's including reducing energy costs. It does not have to be a significant reduce of energy costs, because some of the households in Croatia really do not spend a lot for the energy, but they will have better living conditions and ensuring satisfactory living conditions for them. Target groups will be vulnerable households. We will prescribe by each call that we will publish from the social climate plan criteria specific. What is something that is similar to each one, that the priority of the houses will be G energy class. That will be priority. That doesn't mean that some other houses that have a higher class won't be eligible for financing from the social climate plan. And also, one indicator of energy poverty is the average household income that is below the 60% of the median wage equivalent. Indicators for this measure will be total usable floor area which was energy renovated, saving in primary, in final energy consumption, and also the reduction of CO2 emissions. Here is the kilotons of CO2. Most probably there won't be kilotons on a yearly basis, but let's hope we will get to the kilotons by the end of the period for the social climate plan. And this 20% is the amount that is allocated for this measure in the social climate plan as things stand now. Now, second measure is building local capacities and supporting one-stop shops. This will be, I suppose that you already know what one-stop shops is, that I don't need to go further into this. They will help vulnerable groups to find solutions for energy efficiency, and also they will help citizens maybe fill out some forms or introduce them to opportunities the citizens have, but they don't know they have. So they will provide accessible advisory services and support information campaigns, and they will, of course, focus on vulnerable and energy poor households. What is the purpose? This is the purpose of this measure is to give expert advice and guidance on how to save energy, getting technical assistance, how to apply for financing of measures, how through empowering local actors, local and regional, on the local and regional level, through education and workshops, and to strengthen the institutional capacities that we already have in place, but are maybe not educated enough to offer this kind of services. Target groups will be energy agencies, end users, of course, vulnerable households as in every other measure. We will also put here criteria that the priority for the financing are the houses with the G energy class, but also other are eligible if other criteria are met. And also the same indicator for the median wage equivalent. Indicators will be the number of OSS established. It was planned 1 per county, and six existing energy agencies. This might change a bit until we submit the final plan. This is the plan for now. And the other indicator would be the number of assisted households through this measure. Third measure, upgrade of social housing. This is complete construction and energy renovation of 232 residential buildings of social housings that are in the owned by local or regional authorities or even state owned. This measure, as I already said, is already being implemented from the RRF. And it will be also in accordance with the National Reconstruction Plan. Max already mentioned the EPBD directive, and this is something that comes out from the EPBD directive. We, all member states need to submit the National Reconstruction Plan until the end of this year. So social climate plan will also be, have to be in accordance with this plan. We will have to juggle these two at the same time, although we have to submit the social climate plan until the end of June, which might be, we might break this date, but not for much. And also in this measure, or sub-measure, will be construction and energy renovation of 5 centers for elderly people. That is something that the Ministry of Social Affairs will be handling and will be authority for this measure. What is the purpose? Improving living conditions, of course, lower energy bills, improved external and internal living conditions, and easier access to services. How? By renovation of social housing according to high standards of energy efficiency and energy renovation of centers for the elderly, also with accordance to the high energy standards, but also to make available some services to the elderly people who do not have now the opportunity to reach them. Also, in these buildings, it will be hard to implement the new heating installations because we do not have at the moment facilities to introduce them to the renewable heating. So it is planned to install the photovoltaics on the roofs of these buildings to lessen the burden of the energy costs in electric energy. My apologies. Beneficiary of the funds from this measure will be Housing Care Directorate in the Ministry of Construction, which is already implementing this measure, and of course the final beneficiaries, vulnerable citizens. The same criteria applies for these measures also, and the indicators are also the same as the previous measure with the renovation of family houses. 12% of the allocation of the whole plan is going on this measure. My apologies, I think I skipped the allocation in the second measure is 0.6% of the whole plan. Measure 4, this is first measure for tackling the transport poverty, is improving cycling conditions in urban, suburban and rural areas. This is something that we will try to do with the construction or improvement of the cycling infrastructure. This that you don't see very well is something that is also being left out by right now from the plan. This is something that was planned, but for the sake of the other measures that were introduced, these measures were left out. Also, development of technical projects for the cycling paths will be financed from this measure. The purpose is reducing the time spent on the way to work, school, and reducing the cost of the transport. Of course, by construction of the new bicycle paths. The target groups will be cities, municipalities, regions, and their companies, and also the state road manager, Hrvatske ceste, and users, car-free population, that is the population that doesn't own the car, and the population that doesn't have easy availability to public transport. And also important to mention here, these are the counties that have the lowest availability of public transport. Also, this measure is being, similar measures being implemented from the PCC and ITP program, so this will be the complementary or additional measures targeting only the vulnerable users. Indicators are 300 kilometers of bicycle paths built. Maybe this will also change a bit because we heard that the cost of the 1 kilometer of bicycle path is much more expensive than was projected, so this also might be a little less. And of course, the indicator for this measure will be duration of commuting reduced by at least 20%. Fifth measure, improving the accessibility of public transport. I think I just forgot to mention the allocation for this measure, 2.9%. It was a little bigger, but since some measures were left out, we had to reduce the measure. This is the crown measure, I would say, in the social climate plan, improving accessibility of public transport. It does include a lot of sub-investments. That means investments in zero-emission public fleet vehicles, buses, small buses, microbuses, small passenger ships for the island population that is regarded as transport poor just by being on the island. And also, this is new, the red ones are the battery and hydrogen trains that are being now introduced. Also, we are including the charging infrastructure in this measure. Also, the public stops and intermodal points will be financed through this measure, and establishment of IT systems needed for all the logistical issues that will be needed to combine multimodal transport. What is the purpose? Improving the accessibility of public transport, that is fastest, more frequent, and more affordable transport, and the fleet that is comfortable, quiet, and does not pollute the air. Okay, target groups, beneficiaries of the funds will be cities, municipalities, regions, and the state road manager, and final beneficiaries, vulnerable households. This will be the extension of the existing measure of electrification of public transport that is being implemented in some of the cities, but in the areas that are not so good with access to public transport. Indicators will be a number of new public transport lines, total number of passengers using these new lines, average occupancy, kilometers traveled, percentage of vulnerable users using the new lines, and reducing the CO2 emissions. Altogether, 35% of the plan. How much time? Zero, zilch. Max took, I think, 10 minutes. Okay, I will fasten. Sixth measure, the on-demand transport. It will, those are the new services. It will include investments in on-demand transport and flexible routes in rural and peri-urban areas managed by public transport authorities, financing studies, purchase of electric vehicles, charging stations, ticketing, digital reservation system, that is all the IT infrastructure that we need to implement these measures and that they can be effective. Purpose, affordability, accessibility, and availability, AAA of transport. I will go through this. You will get the presentation, so I don't need to show everything. These are the measures that are left out, so I will just quickly go. We thought that we will finance zero-emission vehicles for vulnerable households, only those households that meet the strict criteria, not every, but some that are really could use electric car that does have a car, but the cost of the car are too big. We also meant to include here car sharing services and social leasing. For now, this is on on ice. The eighth measure also for the micro enterprises. That would include all four wheeled electric vehicles that are used in business purposes, installation of charging stations, electric cargo and ordinary bicycles for the micro enterprises, and electric mopeds. This would include also purchasing new or used vehicles, so this is something that we meant to introduce because up until now in Croatia you couldn't get the co-financing for buying the used car. But let's see, target groups, vulnerable micro enterprises. And this is the only measure that we had for micro enterprises, so we will have to really look out how we will solve this. So unfortunately I do not have a lot more information on this. The Ministry of Transport is now handling this investment in the railway infrastructure, so I can say a lot about this. It will include reconstruction of existing railways, introduction of new lines, and the purpose is to reduce the time spent on the way to work, home, school, or any other living needs that people have. Target group that is beneficiary would be Croatian Railways, and it was planned to spend 14.8% of the whole social climate plan on this measure. Direct income support, we will go only for the natural gas vouchers. It will mitigate the cost of the green transition, that is the rise of the prices for the most vulnerable citizens. This will be a little bit different than the already implemented measure of subsidies for the natural gas prices that we have in Croatia. This will be only targeted to the vulnerable. It was planned that we spend 50% of the social climate plan on this measure. And education and awareness raising, engaging content, high quality content focused on specific and each community target group, available and visible information, and organize direct interaction with the citizens to show them what are the benefits of the green transition and what is available to them from this social climate plan. The indicators would be the share of population that was reached by this measure, and a number of vulnerable transport users and vulnerable to energy poverty affected by the implementation of this measure. Key stakeholders, government, citizens, associations, and all other stakeholders. I think this is these are the next steps. We need to submit the first draft version tomorrow. We have done bilateral meetings with the Commission about these measures that you just now seen. Then we will organize regional workshops that we will also include a wide spectrum of stakeholders. Then we will publish the final draft of the social climate plan on in-consultation portal, and planning to submit the final version of the social climate plan by 30th of June. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presentation will be about the path from plans to reality, a renewable opportunity for the future. Maja Bratko from DOR, Society of Sustainable Development Design from Croatia, will assess the potential and impact of more ambitious decarbonization targets to enable Croatia, Czech Republic and Slovakia to adjust the updates to their national energy and climate plans, and to facilitate greater deployment of renewable energy solutions. Maja, come.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I'll try to be brief because I know that we are running out of time. So yes, I would like to present to you this project, From Plans to Reality, Renewable Chance for Future. Okay. The project is funded by the ECAP program with the lead partner from Czech Republic and the project partners from Slovakia. Croatia is our association, Argonauta, which is our partners here, and another one from Czech Republic, and its value is just under 620,000 euros, and will be going on until November this year, and then it will be finalized. So as for the impact, so there are three impacts of this project, which I will not read out loud because you will get the presentation, but I will say that how to achieve these impacts is through the three types of activities. The first activity that we implemented were roundtables, development of data models and the green scenarios for NSCP revision, and development of opposition studies. The second activity is identification and analysis of key obstacles to the development of renewables, and the development of recommendations for improvement of national policies. They are bolded here because these are the two documents that I will present to you in more detail today. It was the two documents that we were working on, that we developed in the last couple of months. And the third activity was more like networking, site visits, informational campaigns, and the competition that is now being implemented, Heroes of the Renewable Energy. So the first document that I mentioned before, this is the analysis of obstacles to the development of renewable energy sources in Croatia. So we had different topics that we analyzed. The first one was a strategic framework, where we identified, of course, that we have several national strategies that are dealing with renewable energy sources and their goals to achieve. We have the energy development strategy to 2030, the low carbon development strategy to 2030, both with the overview to 2050, and the newly updated NECP, Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan. Every of those documents have some targets that they want to achieve. So the most recent and the most relevant target now is the one from the NSCP, which was developed this year and sent to the Commission beginning of April, and it sets the goal of the 42.5% of renewables in the final consumption by 2030. However, the problem with the NSCP still remains that there are several measures that still support the use of fossil fuels, but I guess that's something that we still have to rely upon for now. Okay, so the main obstacles that we here identified is that the implementation remains limited due to the slow adaptation of regulatory and policy frameworks. Permitting process is quite slow still. Models for encouraging citizen energy communities and renewable energy communities are currently insufficiently developed. Tomorrow is a workshop on this topic, and it will be quite interesting. If you have a time to stay till tomorrow, you can join us. The bylaws that are in place are flawed, and they maybe are underdeveloped, so they don't fit the real situation on the field. The tariffs for the use of distribution networks are insufficient, and there are some outdated rules and the possibility of accessing metering or accounting data that then also hinder this progress. So as for the social and psychological barriers, we had this research that was done within our project METAR by DOR and our Institute of Social Sciences, yes, thank you. And it showed that from 2011 to 2021 that there was an increase of the prioritization of renewable energy sources as opposed to the fossil fuels, which is a good indicator, I guess. However, there are still some myths about the renewable energy sources that are persistent, like potential inefficiency of solar photovoltaics in cloudy conditions, dangers from wind turbines, or smell from biogas power plants. And to fight these myths, we need more educational campaigns and knowledge-raising campaigns for public, more myth-busting, and of course the inclusive participation of several target groups. As for the legal and procedural barriers, we defined several of those, like the fragmented legal framework. We have the key energy and climate laws, but implementation is hindered by the delayed or inconsistent adaptation of bylaws. And also, we have the law on renewable energy sources, which was adopted in 2021. It's planned now to be evaluated and rewritten by the end of this year. So we'll have the new law of renewable energy sources that will be adapted to the RED directive. Second point was lengthy and non-transparent permitting process, which then poses a problem for investors because they face the long and unpredictable administrative procedures. And spatial planning and environmental permitting procedures are burdensome and varies from region to region. Finally, there's a lack of strategic project prioritization, like the absence of clear criteria for identifying and prioritizing projects of strategic interest for renewables, which then also proposes a burden for investors and delays the project implementation. There's a problem also with the grid connection complications. So the distribution system operator and the transmission system operator have been criticized for lacking transparency and slow and complex procedures in granting grid connection permits. And there is there's some missing framework for grid capacity allocation, especially for prosumers and small renewable developments. There's legal and local and regional authorities often lack the expertise and human resources to manage more complex energy permitting and planning procedures, which leads to insufficient administrative capacity, and the digitalization and transparency deficits, like limited use of digital tools, for application tracking and permit processing, and is lacking a unified publicly accessible digital registry for renewable energy source projects. As for economic barriers and financing gaps, the financing needs are quite big. There's a need identified up to 61 billion euros by 2050 across several aspects of the renewables, like generation, grid infrastructure, storage, and so on. And there's an evident over-reliance on EU funds. That means that we don't have any long-term national financial mechanisms that's dedicated solely to the renewables deployment. And the problem is also the insufficient mobilization of private capital, because there's a limited use of innovative financing mechanisms such as energy cooperatives, crowdfunding, ESCO models, and so on. Investors often are faced with some kind of risks, financial risks, that are quite high due to these delays in administrative delays and regulatory uncertainty. Existing schemes are often also complex, which then prevents smaller investments also to get involved with the renewable projects. And microfinancing and tailored grant schemes for householders are often not. They should be probably more oftenly publicized, but they are not. And current subsidies and tax benefits are more favorable to large-scale developers, and citizens thus face relatively higher transaction costs and lack streamlined access to incentives. And finally, continued public subsidies for fossil fuels are still in action, and that they distort the market and disincentivize investment in renewables. Then also undermine the price signals and the competitiveness of clean technologies. As for the technical barriers, the problem, not only in Croatia but in many other countries, is outdated transmission and distribution network. So the infrastructure grid is outdated. It's unable to maybe accommodate the increased variability and the centralization of renewable energy sources, which is especially then targets the rural and island regions, which are more of the grid, so they don't have this kind of grid capacity, and that is limiting the local renewables deployment. Also, the grid flexibility is insufficient. Automatization and the real-time management tools needed for integrating variable sources. So the grid development altogether should be improved with the rollout of smart meters and the demand response systems. Furthermore, so there are these complex grid connection procedures that are managed by DSOs and TSO, which then discourage the renewables investments. There's insufficient energy storage and backup capacity. We don't have a strategy and support framework for these energy storage systems in Croatia. And this gap then reduces the system's ability to balance supply and demand and manage peak loads. And finally, which is evident because we have an increase of foreign workers, that there's a shortage of skilled technical workforce. And this is something to maybe coordinate with educational system and vocational training that have to adapt to meet the growing labor market needs. And following all these identified barriers, we then developed recommendations for increasing renewable energy sources. This is just what I told you now. So based on that barriers, we developed recommendations. And so for the legislative and procedural part, the recommendation would be to harmonize conflicting laws, especially between energy construction and the renewables legislation, to enable energy sharing within energy communities and renewable energy communities, simplify registration and permitting processes, introduce centralized digital platform for renewables projects applications, publicly publish clear and transparent grid connection rules, establish stable long-term incentive schemes, support access to capital through green banks, credit lines, and invest in grid modernization, especially in rural areas and islands. As for the technical capacity, modernize the transmission and distribution system. Obviously, invest in smart grids, voltage regulation, predictive analytics. Okay. Increase storage capacity to enhance grid flexibility, roll out smart meters and effects devices, standardize voltages, connect islands to mainland through cables for better energy security, and train technical workforce to design, install, and maintain renewable energy systems. Okay, so then there's this social part where we have to raise awareness and promote citizen energy. So to conduct nationwide informational campaigns on renewable benefits and processes, to combat misinformation through the collaboration with trained media, to integrate renewables education from preschool up to the adult learning, use digital media and influencers for outreach, promote public participation through these consultations and participatory budgeting, as was spoke about before the lunch, provide financial incentives for vulnerable groups up to 100% if needed, and lead by example. Public institutions that adopt renewable systems, which are quite many in Croatia so far, they lead by example to their citizens how the renewables can be beneficial for them as well. And finally, coordination and learning for a just transition, so to foster inter-ministerial and cross-sectoral cooperation on renewables, align spatial planning with renewable developments. There is this new need to develop renewable acceleration areas, strengthen local capacities and technical assistance, support creation and functioning of energy communities, engage in international projects and study visits, learn from the EU best practices, and promote inclusive multi-sectoral transition models in line with the RED Directive and NECP. And I think I was fast and be made up for some time. If you have any questions, here's my email and email from my colleagues from Argonauta, and you can check all the documents on the website of the project.
Thank you, Maja. Thank you for speed through the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next panel discussion, the final of the day. The topic is challenges and opportunities in linking national energy and climate planning with regional and local. I would like to ask the panelists to take their position. Vjekoslav Jukic, Ministry of Economy from Croatia, Martin Kikas-Trea from Estonia, Jiří Jerbek, Ministry of Environment from Czech Republic. The moderator of the panel discussion is Miljenka Kuhar from DOR. So, Miljenka and gentlemen, good luck.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, so I was given an instruction that we need to be finished by 4. I don't know if that's okay with you guys, because I have a lot of questions and I think that you received them in advance. So we will need to be very quick in answering the questions. So I'm very glad to have this opportunity to moderate the panel with these 3 distinguished guests. All gentlemen from different ministries and from Energy Agency. So I will start maybe with Vjekoslav Jukic. He's head of sector for energy and energy policy and planning in our Ministry of Economy here in Croatia. Because we know each other from a long time now, and we worked on different projects. And I know how active ministry is in planning and trying to involve different stakeholders. So maybe the first question for you would be, what are, in your opinion, the main challenges that ministry faces in engaging local and regional level authorities in clean energy initiatives, and how do you overcome them?
Is it working? Yes, I can hear myself. Thank you. Well, first of all, it's great. It's a big pleasure to be here. I think that communication is maybe most important thing, and I think that we are going better and better that way. In previous presentation, you mentioned main strategic documents that was provided by the ministry. And yes, first is energy strategy, but maybe most important document that we have today in European worldwide in the European Union is National Energy and Climate Plan. And that was also supported by the regional and local plans, CEESEU-DIGIT and everything else. So basically, we should be in line regarding the strategy. I also can argue about some facts that was mentioned before, because we in the ministry are working very hard, and some of these obstacles are in solving, let's say, manner, or it's already tackled and pretty much solved, but that is something that I said that we need to communicate much more. And we are really open for communication with the local authorities, but I think that the most important problem is that they think they have the wide spectrum of obligations and activities, so it's not so easy to concentrate on some scope that we are dealing with. And that's also something that can help with communication. So I think the most important thing is to communicate, to ask for the help when it's needed, and then I think we can resolve most of the problems, especially those that are presented in the previous presentation.
So the communication should be two-way, like from the ministry to the local authorities,
yes,
and from
and vice versa. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Jiří, you are now changing the role, because I met you when you were working on the project as one of the coordinators for one of the Czech partners, and then you switch your role, and now you're working as a senior minister advisor in the Department of Economic Decarbonization Strategy within the Ministry of Environment. Did I get that right, the title? Okay, so you know both levels of what we did on the project through your previous role, and now you have a different role within the ministry. So maybe you can tell us a bit about the role that local and regional authorities play in the implementation of climate adaptation and mitigation measures in Czech Republic, and maybe are there some specific funding mechanisms or instruments that the Ministry of Environment is using to incentivize and help them to achieve these climate goals?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. So I've been there almost a year at the Czech Ministry. And as for the planning, we have a specific Czech situation because we have 6,200 municipalities. Each municipality has elected council and a mayor, etc. But some of them have maybe 200 inhabitants and one paid staff, a mayor. And energy is dealt by the mayor. So some other responsibilities like environmental permits are done by higher level, but this energy kind of belongs to the lowest level. So we don't have capacity to communicate with all 6,000 municipalities. But in the last 3 years, Czech Republic has supported by 15 million euro of subsidies, creation of energy and climate plans. So for CEESEU-DIGIT, that was our ministry, it was dozens of CEESEU-DIGIT, but as for energy plans, it was almost 1,000 of energy plans created in the last 3 years. Unfortunately, the guidance for the plans was not very strict, so some of the plans are not very good, let's say, or they focus only on some parts of the energy, and they are not there's no like strict demands for the content of the plants to have like a reduction of CO2 emissions, etc. It's basically, there's loads of photovoltaics, loads of renewables, but we are not satisfied, and that's why we are launching within a few months a new subsidy scheme that will merge the CECAPs and the energy plants, and it will be available for the municipalities that don't have the plan yet, and this will be more merging both of them so that the energy plans are more progressive and more connected to the national level. And one more thought, maybe I think it was very important from the national level and from the legislators to have quick transposition of European obligation, European legislation into the national legislation, because what the municipalities do, they just need to follow the law, the regulations, so the building directive. There's a new legislation that all the sewage treating plants need to be climate neutral. There's a new directive, and there's again 2 years for the transposition to national law, but the faster we can do it, the faster it will be part of the plans, because it's buildings directive says there's obligation on photovoltaics. So if it's international law, the people who are writing the plans, they will obviously put the legislative obligations there, and the municipalities will do it. So I think this is one way how to make it happen.
Thank you. Just a quick sub-question. So how much money will you allocate to this new CECAPs and energy plans that you are planning to give? And will it also be in forms of grants, or you mentioned subsidies?
It's usually about 80% of subsidy of the costs that's covered by the state, and the rest is covered by the municipalities. It will be few millions of euro probably.
And this is from state budget or from EU funds?
This one will come from the recovery fund, I guess.
Recovery and resilience.
Thank you. So, Martin, you're not only director of Energy Agency in Tartu, but you're also one of the energy experts. And you're here on the panel with two people from the ministry, so I suppose that your role is a bit different than theirs. So maybe you can tell us a bit about the role of Energy Agency in Estonia, and how much you're included in energy planning at the national level or maybe at local level. And how much you are maybe included in the reporting on national energy goals.
Yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, definitely it's pleased to be here also with these company. So yeah, in Estonia actually the short answer is yes and no. Yes, yeah, we are included to discussions. This week in Monday there was a round table for municipalities organized by Ministry of Climate to discuss about why local energy climate plans are needed, what should be there, and so on and so on. And sometimes we have bilateral meetings with ministry guys to discuss about this stuff. About reporting, no, actually, national level reporting is done by ministry itself or outsourced by some company. But municipal level reporting, definitely it's available. It's let's say outsourced from market, and we are one player in market. So yeah, we make reports as well if it's succeed to us.
Thank you for your answer. And we heard from Jerzy that there is a subsidy scheme that is incentivizing municipalities to create their own CECAPs. Is a similar scheme maybe in place in Estonia as well?
Again, yes and no, because it was. And in Monday I heard that there in future there will be the support scheme for developing CECAPs for municipalities, because almost all municipalities have kind of CEESEU-DIGIT. We have, let's say, own method of climate action plans. So almost all municipalities have kind of energy and action plans. So there not was seen in future the support scheme for developing of plans.
Wieczorek, I know that our Fund for Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency supported development of CEESEU-DIGIT in Croatia. So maybe could you tell us a bit about that measure, and will it have the continuation, and maybe what was the importance of this support regarding to maybe NSCP implementation?
Well, as I mentioned, I think that it's important that we have CEESEU-DIGIT as some kind of second layer of the NACP measures, and I really like the idea that those documents will be financed by the fund. I'm not sure about the measures in the future, but I think if somebody asks and Department of Energy, we will definitely be for that, and I think that they will provide the money. Because I'm not sure about how many municipalities develop the CEESEU-DIGIT. I know that these biggest towns did that. I know also that the energy agencies have a role in that, and it's important also. And I really think that the energy agencies in Croatia do the great job. Especially in that energy planning. So hopefully I think that those activities, especially in the big municipalities, will continue, especially now when we finally revise the NACP. A little bit late, but never say never. So it's I think that, and we are now talking about the 2040 goal for CO2 reduction of CO2 emissions. So basically I think it's important, and the local and regional government have more and more clearance and awareness how this is important for their future investments, because all these need to be covered by the CEESEU-DIGIT to be also put in financing for EU funds, and so hopefully it will continue. I'm not sure about the fund, as I said, but I think that it will continue.
Thank you. Jiří, I have a next question for you also regarding the CEESEU-DIGITs, because you mentioned that when you previously funded them with 15 million euros, if I remember correctly, you didn't have like precise guidelines on what you want to see in the document, and that they have been there has been some variation in quality. But could you maybe mention some of the examples of the measures that have been implemented and are deemed to be a good practice? And maybe because of this national support that you provided, and maybe some the examples that you mentioned that maybe are not the best examples, maybe so that people can see what we should avoid when we are funding these types of documents.
So the CEESEU-DIGITs, there were dozens of them, but there was almost 1,000 of energy plans. They are not so detailed, and they focus mostly on energy. And there are some very good plans, but most of them were developed part of some European project like LIFE project, etc. Because then you have more money and more time to be more involved. You have the capacity to do the public participation. Because sometimes if the plans are being done by private companies, their time is expensive, and they don't have the time so much to do the public meetings and to do the participation, etc. So sometimes it's good to have a dedicated process for participation, have somebody really at the municipality, or what could be recommended is that because we have such small municipalities, there are some other regional structures that can help. It can be energy agency, we have some innovation regional agencies, we have quite active local action groups, and the local action groups, not everywhere, but many places they are also active in energy, and they were helping with the plans. So the grant for the plan was received by the small municipality, but somehow the local structures was helping with administration and was looking at the quality, etc., because the mayor might not have been so involved. And there have been also subsidies to train specialists on energy in these local action groups, and they were also active in distributing money to energy poor households. We have a special subsidy where you get like 5,000 euro ahead of your investment, very poor households, 100% covered for like some small investments. You exchange your windows, you insulate your roof, or such smaller actions, and they were distributed by this energy specialists in these local action groups. So from our structure, it seems it's a good idea to involve such organizations, because the municipalities don't have capacity to have energy experts. Bigger municipalities, they have, some of them have strategy department, etc., so it's easier, but the small ones, we were looking to train people in such structures.
Okay, so these function as some type of one-stop shops, if I understood you correctly?
Yes, for this special subsidy for poor households, you can go there, you sit with the computer, and the person is like typing it for you, because you might not be able to work with email and etc. Because all pensioners are entitled. So if you are a pensioner, you are entitled to this grant, but you need to apply electronically. So they are kind of serving as one-stop shop in this particular subsidy scheme, which is paid from the EU ETS revenues.
Okay, thank you. So Martin, the next question for you is not related to CEECAPs, but it is related to something that you mentioned before when I asked you about the role of energy agencies, and what do you think, what policies or practices could facilitate the participation of cities and municipalities in clean energy initiatives, and how energy agency could maybe help them to see this role or to maybe implement these policies?
Yeah. Okay. In case of Estonia, I can tell that definitely, in general, we can define that and we communicate that municipalities playing key role in green transition. Definitely, it's so. But in some countries, like in Estonia, we have, let's say, we have national climate goal, and we have measures directly to the target groups. So there is no, let's say, middlemans, no municipalities in middle. So municipalities don't have any obligations to reach a goal of target groups. Is it households or is it companies located in the municipality area? But the other hand, local communities, people itself, they like to live, let's say, in sustainable places. So they are pushing municipalities to have a plan, because local action plan is obligation of municipality anyway. So the development of a territory of municipality is an obligation of municipality. So people pushing it to have that kind of, let's say, goals as well. But from side of national government, we don't have any responsibilities for municipalities and no obligations. Only one that municipalities are allowed or playing a role, these own municipality-owned assets, buildings, street lighting, some transportation, there they can contribute to the green goals as well. And of course, yes, if they are very good ones, they communicate and engage local people, but no obligations they have till now. So.
Okay, thank you. So when you say they don't have obligations that are like streamlined from national level to the local level, and you said previously when I asked you about the reporting that municipalities don't actually participate in national reporting, so how do you achieve like your national target goals? And you said also that like you see these grassroots movements from citizens on the ground who would like to achieve climate goals, so there is a kind of gap, I think, in reporting.
Actually, reporting is the easy thing, and it's not the goal itself, how to report. The goal itself is to reach something, to get sustainable society. And the most important implementers of any goals, is it national or even transnational, they are people. Because we doing something, we acting something, we behave somehow, that, and it's have effect. So people itself doing that. It doesn't matter whether it is municipal level goals or not. To reaching national goals, it's target groups, people in households on energy efficiency or renewable energies in households level, or companies in company level, but company, there is as well people. Or in municipality level, municipality as an organization, there is again people. Their behavior, their, let's say, regulations which are guiding them to act somehow, their, again, understanding of people and behaving of people, the results can happen. So it's about people itself to reach goals.
Thank you, and I have one additional question, and I promise I will stop then. So when you said that, I agree with you that people are the one who are actually responsible for like behavior change and everything that we have been discussing so far, but there always then the question of funding, and we heard that through today and previously on the other projects as well, that funding is something that is always kind of like challenging to get the money to fund certain schemes. So do you maybe have some examples of how these schemes, or are there any schemes that are put in place and that are incentivize citizens or people or municipalities or other types of other levels to change behavior or to implement certain activities that will at the end lead to achieving climate goals?
Definitely there are, because in Estonia we have national goals as well, and to reduce emissions and get renewables quite high. So yes, there is renovation grant definitely targeted to the households primarily. There is grants for transportation, greening of transportation. There is support schemes for municipalities to make buildings more energy efficient and more green. So there is different schemes, but they are targeted not to, let's say, to the municipality level only, but to directly to the target groups. So it's national goal, and the target groups will implement these.
Thank you. So I have another question for Vyacheslav, for you. And maybe you could also tell us a bit about maybe some funding schemes that our ministry is also implementing in terms of reaching climate neutrality or some reaching some climate targets. That would be the first question, and then I have an additional question after that.
Well, basically, thanks to the Recovery and Resilience Fund, there was big investment cycle, let's say, in Croatia in the energy sector. So we talk about 2 billion of euros. Most of that was infrastructure. So, but we also have 1.43 is from the RRF. We have 279 million of euros in ERDF, new ERDF allocation from 21 to 27, and also we have some funds in modernization fund. I just want to highlight that we more than 1/3 of RRF money put on the grid and modernization and improvement of the grid. So also we have big investments in the expansion of LNG terminal. That was the gas infrastructure, but also in future it will be for hydrogen usage. We are also covering expenses for development of district heating systems through the geothermal energy. Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency was implementing these projects for the 6 locations. We will try to provide geothermal energy for district heatings. Also, we invest in infrastructure for the electrical buses for the public transportation and for production of biomethane and hydrogen economy in Croatia. Those was for the RRF. What is for the, maybe for the, and some of that money is also devoted to the local and regional government, especially this infrastructure for the public transportation and these district heating systems. But also in ERDF we have 65 million of euros allocations for the microsolars. Some of them will be given to the citizens and some of them will be given to the institutions. Like schools, like kindergartens and the rest of institutions, museums, for example. We also have investments in the energy efficiency in the economy, in the firms. 150 million of euros was roll-up financial instruments for the private sector, for the businesses, for the companies. And we also will invest in the energy storages for production on production side, but also for the energy storages as provider of services for grid. And hydrogen refueling stations, so we want to decarbonize transport sector also in cooperation with the Ministry of Transport. So, and we are now, recovery and resilience plan should be implemented till the 30 June of 2026. So now we are starting to work for the new financial period. And also we are in the cooperation with the Ministry of Energy Protection and Green Transition, but also Ministry of Transport, as those are the main sectors, let's say, especially transport, where we need to put a lot of efforts for decarbonize, not just the transport, to provide also the possibilities for electrification of the transport, not just the road transport, I want to say, but also we have railways, we have maritime transport and aviation. And my ministry is involved in all of that. So some of those allocations, as I said, was for the regional and the local government, and we have cooperation there. But also we will continue to support the schemes for the production of the renewable energy. And especially we want to see some kind of stable renewable energy sources like geothermal energy as respond for phasing out of fossil fuels energy production in the next 10 years, let's say. So far we have only one coal power plant in Croatia, Plomin, and it's work on the imported coal, so it will be closed in next I don't know 10 years. less than 10 years. But we also need to deal with phasing out of these gas power plants, and we hope that it will be done through some source of stable renewable energy like geothermal.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for a very extensive answer. So maybe just for the last question, because we are running out of time, and usually, I will start with you then. We talked a bit about this connection between national and local governments and multi-level or multi-stakeholder governance and cooperation. So when you are thinking about different opportunities and different barriers, what would you say, or what would you identify as a main barrier in Czech Republic for this multi-level cooperation and coordination in energy and climate planning? And maybe what would be, in your opinion, the solution for these barriers?
We have seen in the previous presentations lots of barriers for deployment of renewable energy, so some of the barriers are also on the local level. Now we are dealing with a very practical issue because European Renewable Directive is obliging countries to make these zones where renewables will be permitted faster, acceleration zones, we call it in Czech. And this is a very practical topic because we created a new law and now it's being discussed with the regions, but also with the municipalities. They need to change the spatial plan. So we are now kind of practically testing how the cooperation works on setting up the zones where wind turbines should be built. And as I already said before, I think these local action groups or some regional agencies, energy agencies, etc., might be the way how to facilitate the flow between national and local.
Okay, so Martin, I have the same question for you because you also mentioned a lot of different levels. So what, in your opinion, would be the main barriers, and what would be the maybe solutions for this multi-level cooperation in Estonia?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. In my mind, there is, let's say, couple of problems of barriers and solution for that. One is that the clearness of roles, as I understand, as I already explained, that in case of Estonia, the municipalities don't have, let's say, clear role of this development. We have national, we have target groups, but definitely will be very clear if anybody knows her role on development of sustainable society. So the people know the roles, municipalities, middlemen, companies, and national governments, and transnationally as well. So it will be very good if we set up these very clear roles and, let's say, pacing construction of these. The second is that did we learn from past something? And a little bit change, I see that we must change a little bit the paradigm of communication, because people like to be happy, and it's nothing unusual. It means that they like to live healthy and wealthy. So how we can communicate that, let's say, green economy and economical growth is a tool to the happiness. So then they understand that, okay, contributing these, I will be happy. Because old ways to be happy didn't work. And the biggest motivation to read these definitely is money, because if you give money to support development, then development will happen. And we as well, we contribute a lot of money to fixing failures of past. And the second, let's say, motivation beside of money is the regulations. Yeah, we can put regulation, and we saw many of measures and regulations which will be happen. But can you think that it's quite interesting to think that the most you regulate, the most in society will be expectations for new regulations. And there is a challenge, it's not challenge, it's a problem of over-regulated. And if everything is very regulated, we are very happy with that? Actually not, yeah? So, and about the learning from past and little bit relating of that we should be change our paradigm of communication to the reach our dream, live healthy and wealthy, to live happy. If you can remember the Max presentation speeches about the Paris in 70s, full of cars, and Paris nowadays, bicycles and a lot of space. But 120 years ago, what was the picture of Paris? It's pretty much the same as we thinking today. There was no cars, people walking. So we contributed very heavily on economic development, and one day we reach, it doesn't make us happy. We need to fix our failures, and now we put a lot of money to fix this thing. But my let's say, concern, and I propose that we must learn from past, not to make such kind of mistakes again. After 70 years, we need to change, to realize that it didn't make us happy, because such kind of development, like it was past, let's say, 120 years, it's happening today as well. It's not ended yet. So, change a little bit the paradigm of communication and learn from past.
Thank you. So we have a couple of minutes left until 4. Does anybody from the audience have any question for our panelists?
If I just may add, you just remember me this old joke. The peak of development is when the guy came with the big SUV to the gym to drive to ride the bicycle there. So that's
pretty much the same. I would say construction.
So questions from the audience? Okay, I see that you're all tired. But maybe, Wieczorek, I had some other questions for you as well before that, but maybe you can conclude a bit regarding the barriers and to what Martin said as well. What, in your opinion, would be like the main barriers for this multi-level cooperation in Croatia? Because you talked about you started talking about the communication and how important communication is. So maybe can you tell us a bit more about barriers and communication as one of the opportunities for...
Yes, well, I can agree with all what we together said, let's say, on this round table. So basically, from one side, from my point of view, let's say, the ministry point of view, we have the lack of people, and I already saw that this was said on the presentation, and that's not only in the Ministry of Economy, it's also Ministry of Green Transition. So all these steps we need to do for the permitting, for implementation of the projects, there is a lack of people. Also there is a lack of people, and I think that the same situation is in Croatia. Maybe we have only 600 local municipalities, but it's still a lot, and some of them don't have the people, don't have the knowledge to implement the projects. So those also could be the problem. And I think that the most important thing is that we need to change this paradigm and way of thinking, how we will start to communicate to each other, because there is sometimes, way of communication is not to resolve the problem, but to find why not to do that. because it's not in my backyard, you know, maybe it's a different ministry, different municipality. We are not big enough, we don't have the knowledge to do that. So I think it's not excuse, honestly, it's not excuse, because some things should only happen when the local municipalities, regional municipalities work with the ministries. I think Irji also mentioned that we are, and it is right that we are over regulated, and we have obligations through the EU laws, so we need to transport all these new directives to the national laws. It's not quick job, let's say. We need time for do that. So basically, that's kind of communication we need to have. What will happen in the near future regarding the legislations, regarding the obligations, regarding the goals that we need to rise every few years. And from the other side, we also need on the national level understood the needs and the problems that the local municipalities have to implement those kind of the projects. Because I think that it's well said that all is about the people. So when the people have the vision, it will happen. So that's something, and I really, from my personal experience, good communication with the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Green Transition help us to do the job much easier and much faster than we done it before, when we just see the energy way and didn't try to think about the environmental protection or needs of in transport. So now the situation regarding the communication between the ministries are very well, and that's really makes my job much easier. I would like to see also this communication, and we have the communication with some of municipalities where we can really make all these investments much easier to implement.
Thank you. So any last words from Martin, Irji?
Yeah, I can say. I use a presentation of Max. He ended with this challenge that pick one goal and write it down and start to act towards this goal. It's good point to end up. Yeah, pick one goal for sustainability and act for that.
Thank you. And gentlemen, thank you very much for participating in our panel, even though it was a bit shorter than we anticipated, but I think it was very nice to hear different points of view, and that we really make for the time and with the content and with everything. So thank you again, and we'll see each other at dinner time. And now I will give word to Tin.
Thank you. Just grab the microphone. Is it working? Yes. Excellent. One applause, please. Thank you. Gentlemen, you may take your seat. Miljenka also. And I would like to ask now Elis Vollmer from the University of Tartu to present the conclusions and the final words of today's conference. Elis.
Thank you. I've talked so much today that I have grown a preference to microphones. Thank you. You can turn the other one off. Right. So I don't know about you, but I have received a lot of good ideas and quite a bit of confirmation also that what we have been doing in Estonia and with our Central and Eastern European countries, it is, I think we're on the right way. I think we are on the right way that we are trying to have activities on the local level, on the municipality level, and then a little bit on the regional level, and then also keep kicking the ministries and the politicians on the national level to listen to their people and to vouch for us on the EU level, and also make sure that the EU regulations are sort of, let's say, implemented and enforced the best way possible in our countries and in our municipalities. Throughout the day, we heard a lot of good examples of how different projects are carrying out activities and facing challenges. But they have all figured it out. They have all figured out how to overcome the challenges. A lot of things are very similar, no matter which country you go to. It seems that we're all people, so, you know, some similarity there. And the other thing is that regulations, while not over-regulating, Martin, is very, I think it's good, because I think we need to have some kind of structure, we need to have some kind of rules that guide us, so that people who are developing things know what is the right thing to do, and they wouldn't overlook some crucial elements, whether it's environment or whether it's social aspects. So, you know, it's not only about economy and economic growth. And I think for that, this final presentation, or sorry, panel discussion was actually a good summarizing in terms of how those different hierarchies in regulations come together, and how they are learning to speak the same language and understand each other. So I still believe that we can move towards a better future, and what was Martin said, happier people, yes. So I think it's a good slogan to remind why we are doing it, whether we are talking to politicians or whether we're talking to local people or vulnerable households. So in that sense, I thank you for all of your work that you have been doing outside of this room. And I'm also very grateful that we still have so many people left in this room and listening to all the way to the end, the whole day. And we still have people online following us, which is also, I find it very supporting that we are doing the right thing. So thank you to all of you for being here today and sharing your experiences. Right. I'm not done. And you think I'm done? I'm not done. So just to remind you, you know that QR code. We really want to know what you think about the conference and the topics. It helps us do better next time. So give us input, be engaged. You know, this is what we do to other people, so we do it to you now. And we really appreciate you filling in the survey for us. And the other thing, I would like to do a group photo. I know we should have done it probably after lunch, because then everybody was like, look, happy and full. But I still think I see people still smiling, so please don't run off right away. When we're done, we meet here in the front. We're going to move the chairs out of the way. And then together with the season roll-ups, we're going to do one group photo. Okay? Yes, thank you. Now I'm done. Yes.
Thank you, Elis. Thank you very much. So you've heard everything, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in today's conference. Tomorrow there are workshops scheduled for which you have the timeline in your program, and Miljenka was talked about them in the beginning of the day. And there's nothing more for me to say than thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant the rest of the day. Bye.